Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our October 6th council meeting. I'm going to call it to order now and invite everyone who is able to stand with us in the singing of O Canada. I'm going to invite Councillor Greenfield to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship. We would like to begin by acknowledging with respect that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend to these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll just ask you to join us in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you very much. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest this afternoon? Looking around the horseshoe, I see none, but if it occurs to you, please bring it forward at that time. Announcements. Deputy Mayor, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you can always count on me. And I just wanted to take this opportunity today to thank all of the many, many volunteers who made this past weekend so spectacular in Meaford. I mean, from the Scarecrow Invasion to the Apple Harvest Craft Show, the Family Festival, the parade, all of the happenings this weekend were just spectacular. And it takes just an army of volunteers, which we have here in Meaford, and we're so blessed to have them. So I just want to extend a thank you, if I may, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of all of council, to everyone who was involved in making the weekend just so wonderful, including the weatherman. And just one more note to ask people to put this in their calendars. On October the 25th, that will be the all-day While Candies Last business Halloween event, where you can take your kids into any of the stores and they'll all have candy, and go on out as well to the long-term care center, where they will be looking for the best family costumes. So there's a little bit of contest going on out at People Care. So that's going to be a great day in Meaford. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Uhrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on Deputy Mayor's comments. I don't know how many people saw that at the actual craft show at the fair. It was amazing. It's very cool that Cheryl Clark, written by, and Ryan Clark illustrated. And Ryan Clark grew up in Meaford, so this is a very kind of passion project of theirs, which actually apparently was very popular. This is going to be available on Amazon. So if you want people to know about Meaford, it can go on there. And they said it's actually going on sale today. Not that I'm trying to give a shameless plug to a particular author, but because this is Meaford relevant, if a number of people buy this, it actually goes on the Amazon bestseller list. So it would just be really interesting to see a little town called Meaford actually on the Amazon bestseller list.
Great. Any other announcement? Oh, you're back.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I just have to chime in on that to add that Ryan's father, Bob Clark was one of the original founders of the craft show. So it all links together. So it's really special that that book was there. Thanks for that, Councillor Urick.
I don't see any other hands, so we'll move along then to public participation. Members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and are limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or to ask a public question must register in advance with Legislative Services by 10 in the morning on the day of the meeting, and you can do that by contacting clerk@meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes, and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. And a reminder, the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So we do have a presentation today, and I'm going to call on Martin and Diane Sessick, who reside on Concession 8 South. And I know they have a very comprehensive presentation for us. Just remind you, you have 10 minutes. And just go.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor. My name is Martin Sosick, and this is my lovely wife, Diane. And we're happy to be moving back into Meaford. And we do have a presentation for you today about a strong concern that we have about the roadway on the lot that we're building our retirement home. And just before we start, I think it's always great to have a little brief background of who we are and why we're here. So my wife Diane and I have been around the world a little bit in the last 5 years. We decided to retire close to our daughters. One is in Wyerton, the other one is in near Durham. And so we were looking for a lot, an area that we could sort of build a house between them. And at the time we were living near Stratford. And this particular lot that we're building the house on the 8th Concession South is halfway down the hill just before the Holland-Sydenham town line. And when we came to look at the lot a few times, we would come up north through Chatsworth and then proceed through Massey Road and on to 3A North, where we noticed that the sign was posted as 60. At that time, we were not aware that the town line was at the Sydenham Road, but the lot is just north of there and there weren't any other postings. So we assumed that it was a 60, especially since where the township of Meaford begins and it becomes 8th Concession, there's a cluster of homes, a small hamlet over the two hills, which they're quite steep, incredibly steep actually, and it lends to very beautiful vistas for part of the reason why I wanted to move there. When we began construction, we have a contractor, so they did a lot of the work without us being there. And we hadn't noticed anything other than comments from the contractors that when their trucks came in, there's a lot of high volume, fast traffic up and down that road. We found this surprising, but just assumed that it was a busy time of year and this and that. And then on June 23rd, I got a call from the OPP who were on site at our lot, and they spoke to the trades people that were there and asked if they could call me. And they had said there'd been a near fatal accident at the bottom of our hill, right at the Sydenham Line Road, and wondered if my video cameras had captured any of the traffic that was involved in the near fatality. I said, unfortunately, our video cameras are facing towards the house. And she said, well, fine. She'd make a report to the township for the speed limit there. And that's when I did a little bit of inquiring, found out that it's actually an 80 between Road 18 and Sydenham Line. This was quite a surprise to Diane and I, and most of our presentation here, as my wife's nudging me, will lend to that. And I know that we're on time, but I'd like to give a little bit of history of how we were a little bit surprised, because that section of roadway does not have any speed limit postings at all. And that we thought it would be an 80 through the hamlet over these hills seems incredibly hard to believe, because at the top of the hills where the hamlet are, there's a cluster of mailboxes, there's equestrian center, there's a cluster of homes there, the post office mailboxes, I said, are there. And we witnessed ourselves, especially over the past 6 months, we've been more involved with construction, gravel trucks coming frequently and regularly over the hills in excess of 80 and closer to 100. And you'll see in the presentation that we've taken radar as evidence that these speed limits are in excess of the 80 posted. And if you can imagine gravel trucks, some of them double trailered, coming over those hills, blindside to, on one side, the equestrian center and us, and the hamlet, would clearly be unable to stop if there was traffic pulling into the driveways. And sooner or later, we're concerned there's going to be another serious accident there. And I'll just finish by the introduction by saying that while we were collecting information, one of the gravel truck drivers had stopped to talk to me about that we were collecting information about this. And he wasn't very nice, but he went on to explain the situation, said he'd been traveling this road for most of his life, that it's an 80. And I asked him, well, do you not know that there's a cluster of homes and it's dangerous? And he said, the reason why we come across so fast is that with the full load of gravel, we need to get a run at the hill. And so we'd have to hit at least 80 or more to get up the hill so it doesn't stall. So I mention this because it lends you to the inherent danger that's here with gravel trucks getting runs at this hill where homes are clustered at the top. And I think it just lends weight to the fact that we're here today and we're asking for a speed reduction, at least through the hamlet of where we're living there. Is that fast enough for you?
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Okay. So we have a bit of a presentation, and should I read the summary for everyone, or has everyone gone through it? Or would it be better if I just read through it quickly? Okay, so on June 23rd, a serious accident, as I said, in the Holland town line resulted in critical injuries. Excessive speed was the primary cause. June 24th, after being contacted by the police regarding possible camera footage, we submitted a formal complaint to the roads department and followed up with multiple phone calls. July 9th, we received a response from Janet Davidson confirming that the traffic counters would be placed on the road for 2 weeks. On July 21st, we sent a follow-up after another near miss, inquiring about the installation of the counters. On August 21st, month, with no updates or return messages, we emailed Jen again. She replied that the data analysis was underway. On September the 3rd, we sent another request asking for a result and confirmation of any planned interventions or signage. By September 11th, with no response to prior messages, we escalated concerns to the full council, mayor, deputy mayor, head of operations, and deputy clerk. On September the 16th, our formal request to speak at the September 23rd council meeting was accepted and confirmed. On the 18th, I spoke to the mayor, Mayor Ross Kentner, personally, and advised us that perhaps it wasn't important for us to attend, stating that he would raise the issue himself and that we have direct control over the road and speed limits there. On September 23rd, we believe the matter was not heard before council, and follow-up messages to him and the head of operations, to Mr. Fries, the head of operations, Jeff, they went unanswered. 5 more days of silence, Mayor Kentner finally returned our calls and explained to me that the process for having the speed change there might be take longer than expected, but that he was sympathetic to our concern. On the 7th of October, we appeared before council. Sorry, the 6th, before council with community support with photographic evidence and petition calling for action. My wife puts immediate, but we understand that these things take time. But as soon as possible, because we are sincerely concerned that it's not a matter of if, but when another serious accident happens on our street. To collect evidence on behalf of our petition, we purchased an accurate, expensive radar gun to collect verification of these speeds. And as Diane's pointed out here, vehicles, especially quarry trucks, are regularly observed traveling well over 100 kilometers an hour on our roads with blind hills, hidden driveways, and multiple pedestrian and animal use zones. Traffic counters were placed in July, but no formal data or results have been shared publicly to date. Our own observations and near collisions confirm that excessive speed is frequent, dangerous, and uncontrolled. Speeding has occurred in both directions with vehicles accelerating hard up the hills and cresting over the top with zero visibility. There is inadequate signage and no indication to drivers that they are entering a residential or community zone. And photo and video evidence submitted with this presentation illustrate the severity of the problem. Quarry and heavy truck traffic. Actually, before we bought the lot there, and I'll just interject here quickly, so my wife's trying to keep me on time. I can feel her beside me after 40 years. I don't have to really look at her to see that she's edging me on. But we did talk to the quarry before we purchased the lot, and they stressed to us that the gravel trucks only go down south of 18 onto 8 Concession South because of the road conditions and the hills if there is a delivery to be made on that stretch of the road. This is clearly not the case. Gravel trucks are frequent up and down the road at all times. And in fact, in times when they have, I believe they have work down 40, it's almost regular. The trucks, particularly quarry haulers, are traveling this stretch of road at dangerously high speeds, often exceeding 100, as we have here on the presentation. These vehicles have longer braking distances, and the effect of gravity on the steep grades makes stopping over blind crests virtually impossible. The Seven Oaks Equestrian Center driveway is completely hidden from southbound traffic approaching over the hill. They're about 30 feet from the crest. And they've expressed to me personally that their concern is when they're turning in with their horse trailers, which where they frequently go to shows, they have the longer one. They're completely broadside to the crest of the hill. And any truck coming over there would never have a chance to stop before an impact would be imminent. With the new event center at the base of the hill, increasing traffic and turning traffic in our own driveway located partway down the slope, vehicles cresting the hill at high level have virtually no visibility and no time to slow or stop. Multiple residential driveways are similarly obscured with little or no visibility until it's too late to stop. The road itself, while paved, is in, I would say, extremely poor condition. It's rough, bouncy, potholed, and the stretch of road just north of our hill, or just, just north of the animal shelter, it is under frequent repair, and it's flooded, I understand, annually and impassable for, I think, this year for about a week. And that's a primary cause of the road deteriorating there, and the township workers were there for quite a while trying to patch the road up itself. It's important, you've said this, it's not suitable for high-speed traffic, highway traffic, and ongoing truck traffic causes increased noise levels for residents and the animal facilities, vibration and dust impacting livability and property conditions. Accelerated deterioration of an already compromised roadway is a result of these factors.
And I'd just like to add in there that picture there in the bottom is actually at the crest of the hill. So that's what the road condition is like there.
Do you want to add something? Pedestrian risk, the Grey Bruce Animal Shelter volunteers regularly walk dogs up and down Concession 8 South. And the animal shelter is if you're going northbound at the beginning of the two hills, and they do have trails, but frequently they're not available, and the volunteers walk the dogs up and down the roadway where there is no shoulder. And I believe at the animal shelter, the road is only 22,
it's 22 feet, and out in front of our cluster of mailboxes at the top of the crest where nobody can be seen, it's only 21 feet wide and no shoulders.
And I've spoke to the managers, the supervisors of the animal shelter, and the one lady in particular, I believe it was Jenna. She was so glad and almost in tears that we were bringing this petition before council, because she said personally there was 2 incidents where she actually had to lunge the dog off the road for being hit from one of the trucks. So clearly this is not only a danger for the residents there, but for the businesses as well, and the animals. The road conditions and vehicle damage from heavy truck traffic. Concession 8 South is a paved rural road in poor condition, rough, uneven, potholed, and visibly deteriorating. There are no paved shoulders, and edge crumbling is visible along much of the stretch, making it unsafe for shared use or recovery maneuvers. The road was not engineered for industrial traffic, yet is now being used regularly by highway quarry haulers and commercial vehicles. Severe vibration and pounding of the surface is caused by the traffic with accelerated breakdown of pavement, continuous erosion, and surface cracking. As a result, residents are facing damage to their personal vehicles, including suspension issues, tire and rim damage, alignment problems, increased repair and maintenance costs, etc. This is not just a safety issue, it's also a financial burden on the residents forced to drive daily on a road deteriorating under the weight of traffic that we believe it was never designed to handle.
And these are actual photos from the road.
So if you can imagine that there's maybe hundreds of these holes before the hills, and we have gravel trucks fully loaded traveling between 80 and 100, getting runs at the hills where people are living clustered at the top, pouring over the side. It's a wonder that accidents aren't more frequent here. Lack of signage and unsafe and confusing for all drivers. The current speed signage is inconsistent, insufficient along Concession 8 South. A 60-kilometer sign is posted only on the south side of Holland-Sydenham Town Line, where the road is Concession 3A on the Chatsworth side. There's no signage indicating where the 60-kilometer zone begins or ends, which actually isn't true because 4 days on Friday, someone from Chatsworth hurriedly ran over and put a 60-kilometer end sign right at Sydenham Road. I would believe
Jeff had told me that he contacted the Chatsworth municipality to put that end sign. So they finally put an end sign there.
And if you're traveling northward on the Chatsworth side, it's a very well paved wide road at 60. And then all of a sudden that ends and becomes an 80 right at the foot of the hill over the hamlets, which makes absolutely no sense to us. If anything, there should be a reduction of speed at that point, not an increase. The next visible sign north is, there's no signage indicating where the 60-kilometer zone ends, which we talked about. The next visible sign is north of Gray Road 18, posting 80 kilometers, creating confusion. There's no signage at all going southbound between Gray 18 and Massey Road to the south. GPS systems showing consistent limits. 60 kilometers, it'll show you northbound on your GPS, while southbound it's 80, adding to driver misunderstanding and enforcement difficulty. There are no warning signs posted for hidden driveways. I believe there's one.
Yeah, one very small on the corner.
Blind Hill Crest pedestrian activity, the animal shelter, mailboxes, equestrian or turning trailers, upcoming intersections or turning zones. Without proper signage, drivers have no indication they are entering a shared use residential zone. A road with this much pedestrian use, animal activity, residential access, and elevation risk should clearly be marked with reduced speeding limits, warning signs, and traffic advisories. Immediate action, we're asking council to consider, and this corridor is no longer safe for residents or visitors, pedestrians, or animals. We're calling on council to take decisive steps to protect our community before another serious or fatal incident occurs. They would be reduce the speed limit to 50 kilometers from Side Road 6 to Holland-Sydenham Town Line. If there was a concern that the stretch up to the animal shelter was in better visibility and condition, we would ask that at very least the speed be reduced over the crests of the two hills. It's about 1.5 kilometer stretch of that roadway over blind hills. It would seem very reasonable to have traffic to slow down to 50. And actually, if you traveling Highway 6 north out of Chatsworth, it's reduced to 50 on Highway 6. And Highway 26 past the airport is an 80-kilometer zone. Highway 26, certainly not a country road over blind hills. We'd also ask for community to designate this corridor as a community safety zone with signs, install clear and consistent signage in both directions, post warnings for blind hills, hidden driveways, and pedestrian use. If possible, implement traffic calming measures. I don't know about speed bumps. My wife's a little extreme, but certainly a flashing light or slow down signs. If cost is a consideration for that, I know that the community would be supportive of helping with maybe some of these calming measures and signs. And I just make a note on that part. And I also have a conclusion. We have a petition with 100% of the residents in this stretch of the road, 100% asking for a reduction in speed. Okay, I think we're going to pass that.
Okay, and then that's it. Yeah, I would just like to add, I just want to reiterate that at the top of that crest, of those two hills, right at the top, we have 6 driveways that are hidden. 6 driveways, plus we have our mailbox cluster, which is up there. And as I said before, right outside that mailbox cluster, the road is only 21 feet wide. So there's no shoulders. So for it's just a matter of time that you get two vehicles traveling in either direction and somebody at the mailbox and somebody's gonna die. Somebody's gonna get killed there. It's just a matter of time.
If you take the moment to walk our street and be part of the traffic that's coming there, you'd say, oh my God. Like you would really be shocked at the speed and the size of the vehicles that are regularly coming over there. And to reduce the speed to 60 would not only be an argument, it would seem a no-brainer, if I put it in any other words, just to have, we're not saying people shouldn't use the road, we're just having please slow down over those hills that are blind to both sides, especially as it is a hamlet of residents. It's a cluster of mailboxes, or it's the equestrian center. The road is in poor condition. It has no shoulders. It's only 21 feet wide. And to have double tandem gravel trucks coming over there at 100 is just absolutely difficult to understand how this situation can continue to go on before someone else is hurt. Take any questions if you
Yeah.
have. I'm sorry we rushed through that a little bit. We get kind of.
I think you've had your 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Let me just ask anyone on council have a question for the Sassac's? Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Martin and Diane, thank you very much for bringing this attention to our attention. And I know that road, and I can't disagree with anything that you say. And I think that your points are very valid and certainly deserve the attention that it does deserve. What I would like is if I could get someone from staff to maybe comment on this and maybe give us a couple different options on how staff might go about evaluating our options to maybe addressing this. I prefer that the old adage, there's an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. So
I like that one.
I'd like to look at this before there's a serious incident where we do need to act in a reactive manner. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, CAO Everett?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Forder. So in talking with Mr. Freeze in regards to next steps, to take a look at an overall review of this section of road, and I will state that, you know, rural roads will be, they default to 80 kilometers an hour. That's why when you're in the rural area, you don't see a lot of stop signs, because it's actually part of your driver training that rural roads, unless otherwise identified, will default to 80. I caution doing one-off reviews because if you look at a specific road, ultimately, we will look at it from the geometrics of what the road is constructed as. You know, have entrances been located in the appropriate locations when getting entrance permits? Looks to me like this is a tar and chip road. So it's not asphalt. Just the deterioration looks very similar to what you would find in a tar and chip road. There's lots of technology that we can look at. But in working with Mr. Freeze, we are going to take a look at this. I know we have a neighboring municipality, and I want to thank Jeff for reaching out to that neighboring municipality to get the signs changed as quick as he did. But it is something that we need to take a look at, but take a look at holistically as well. So the key thing when we're talking about speed is we can post signs all we want. It's the drivers that will determine what speed they are. And I know working with MTO, working with the county, and working with our own staff, that is why roads are typically set at certain speed limits, because the geometrics will support X amount of speed. So happy to work with OPP as well. We want to make sure that when we look at these, driver error is something that we can't be liable for. When we start changing regulations, speed limits, and in particular putting signage up, that's where we can sometimes become more liable. So there's some work that has to be done here. I want to thank the presenters for bringing it to our attention. I do know Jeff and his team are looking at this, and we also know that there's a number of other roads that we hear about. And typically what we start off with is what are the geometrics? And may not be a popular comment for some. Um, the road is being used by vehicles. We will be reaching out to the animal clinic there because again, rural roads oftentimes aren't provided with shoulders because they're really not pedestrianized. Our rural cross section puts vehicles first and most oftentimes. So when we look at how people are using that road, I know listening to the presentation, it was interesting that there are trails available. They just sometimes choose to use the road. So having that discussion with that operation, I think, is warranted as well. But we will look at this. We will look at this in detail and come back with some suggestions.
I think Councillor Greenfield first and then Councillor York.
Thanks, thanks, your worship. Thanks, for your presentation. I did, have the honor of, going out, to your area a week ago Saturday. Just a little bit of history that, the hill, north, just north of, what I think is your residence, was repaired, was rebuilt about 3 years ago. Up until then, that hill sloping down to the north was basically a lane and a half, tar and chips. Believe me, it's in much better shape than what it was a few years ago. Now, unfortunately, it seems to be a direct reality that when we repair a road and put it in a good shape, the speed of the road increases. And I think that's what's happened there. I'm not using that as an excuse. It just seems to be a fact. It is still narrow going up the hill, at the top of the hill by the mailboxes. Yes, you're absolutely right. 2 vehicles and somebody partially pulled over at the mailboxes. There isn't enough room. It is too narrow. Again, excuse me, we likely have dozens of same situations in our municipality where mailboxes are involved. I did mention at our last council meeting, and it didn't really relate to your situation, but the deplorable situation on concession 8 just south of Side Road 6 that goes through the swamp area. So I'm thinking our municipality needs to take a look at that stretch of road all the way from Side Road 6 right down to the town line. And your situation would certainly be involved, but I think we need to take a bigger look at just what what issues there are on that 2 or 3 miles of concessioning.
Thank you.
Councillor York.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo, thank you for the presentation. The question I have, one is, thank you, CAO Everett, you kind of clarified a number of things rurally that come into play. And interestingly, in our rural environment, we have roads where literally there's either hundreds of meters or kilometers apart between. The one point you brought up in there was a community safety zone, and I'm wondering what the threshold for that is. So what's the cluster threshold element that comes into play where you say this is now deemed, and I'm sure there are provincial codes and et cetera. So I'm just wondering how that, when you're going to be looking into all this, obviously that's something that I would think would be part of the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Yurig. Very clear criteria when it comes to setting community safety zones, and it's the number of houses, number of access points in a certain length of area. At the end of the day, the community safety zone, the real benefit is, you essentially get double ticketed, right? But that being said, you know, we have to identify that to be a high priority area for OPP to do patrol as well, right? So people can do 120, but if the OPP aren't there, there's no tickets. So that criteria is a very tight criteria that we can take a look at to see if this area would fit. And also determining what the definition of a hamlet is as well. We can take a look at that. Thank you.
I would just add something that I would like to add too, about I take a bit of an exception with putting the onus of speed on the drivers of regardless of the speed posted. If the speed is posted at 50 and there are measures to either flash or radar letting drivers know it's a 50 community zone, drivers inherently will slow down. And if at very least they don't slow down, punitive measures would be stronger so that people would get the message to just take it easy over the hill. And I understand what you're saying about it being a default, but I don't really see the problem in slowing the speed limit down through an obviously dangerous area to protect the lives of people in the community. It seems quite reasonable to say at this stretch of road, yes, the people living there can't see down each side of the hill. Yes, people are driving excessively through here. Let's put some measures in to just slow people down over the hill. That seems a very reasonable petition to council.
And especially, I might add, when the 60-kilometer is right at the base of the hill. So in the Chatsworth has made their, from Massey to the town line, 60 kilometers an hour.
With good visibility and good road.
And good road. And then all of a sudden you hit the town line and you're into Meaford, and now we're gonna go to 80.
Up the hill
Up the
and
hill.
through the hamlet. It doesn't make any sense. And clearly the danger is there. We've seen it in the near fatality that's been there already. The driver has been charged with excessive speeding, dangerous driving. And I'm not sure if the person that was struck is still in hospital or if they've survived or not. There hasn't been a good follow-up on that. But the police were tremendously concerned about the situation that we've dealt with. So I appreciate what you're saying. We really thank council for giving this your attention, and hopefully there'll be some resolution to help our situation there.
And thank you for an excellent presentation. It's very, very helpful to
Thank
have
you.
as much, background as you've
I
provided.
clearly play in a rock band, and then usually I'm not nervous in front of people. I have my guitar in front of me, but it's a little harder when you're in this forum, but thanks for putting up with our
Okay,
nervousness.
thank you very much. We also have a deputation this afternoon, and this is a deputation on as all are, on a item on the agenda, and I'm going to call on Chris Scarry to speak to the short-term accommodation update on our agenda. Welcome, Chris.
Sorry.
No problem.
Hello, Your Worship, councilors and staff. My name is Chris Sherry. I've been away for a little while, and I know there's been a lot of progress made and conversations had in regards to STA regulation, and a lot of positive things have happened. I want to thank you for having I'm here representing the Meaford STA working group, and I want to thank you for giving us multiple opportunities to present and share our thoughts and ideas. I guess my reason for being here today is just to kind of keep fresh in mind the things we discussed about STA, our thoughts on STA regulation and some of the highlights. As I understand that today you'll be directing staff to look at a municipal licensing program that would include the licensing of a short-term accommodation with the municipality of Meaford and reviewing the cottage bylaw and occupancy limits. I wanted to review some of the concerns and thoughts our group has shared in the past. One main concern is should a 3-bedroom occupancy cap be enforced, it will result in a significant economic and financial loss to the community of Meaford. Meaford's 157 STAs. This is per Air DNA report from August, and at least 111 of those units could be negatively affected by the proposed three-bedroom cap and single detached dwelling requirement, which would also exclude apartments, townhouses, accessory structures, etc. This would potentially force closures, lost income, and be harmful to local businesses, workers, and our economy. Our recommendations would be to follow the Ontario Building Code occupancy of 2 persons per bedroom plus 2 additional persons. We would also like to note that occupancy limits should not include daily visitors to the property or the owner. This will allow for accommodations for caterers, services, staff, etc., to accommodate facilitating groups and conferences as per Georgian Bluffs model. I would also like to highlight that the neighboring township of Georgian Bluffs STA bylaw incorporates the same OBC-based occupancy cap of 2 per bedroom plus 2. We note that Georgian Bluffs is a comparably sized municipality, historically with similar volumes of STA-related complaints. Furthermore, their bylaw was informed by a working group composed of STA owners, neighbors, and local businesses. In addition, there are multiple non-occupancy-based measures that can be enforced to promote responsible conduct, prevent disturbances, and minimize complaints, including, but not limited to, the following: a responsible person available to respond to concerns, 24/7 hotline for complaints, a renter's code of conduct notifying guests of bylaw requirements and neighbor considerations, AMPS allowing for severe penalties for non-compliant properties, allowing for license suspension in the event of repeat infractions, and monetary penalties of up to $15,000. Potential condition of installing a 24/7 noise monitoring system similar to that implemented by Town of Blue Mountains in the event of one or more noise violations. Cameras to monitor the number of adults in cars. There are also many ways to screen guests and mitigate concerns. Inform them of bylaws and rules around noise, fireworks, drones, etc. Have a contract signed in advance so they are aware of these rules and have acknowledged them. Not allow instant bookings. Have property managers meet guests upon arrival and go through house rules. Ensure all neighbors have property managers' contact information on hand. A minimum 2-night stay, and invest in landscaping to improve noise insulation between properties. As council is allowed to use discretion as to which bylaw provisions it enforces, it is suggested that should an adjustment to the 3-bedroom cottage rental occupancy limit and single attached dwelling requirements contained in the current zoning bylaw not be consideration at this time, given resultant licensing bylaw implementation delays, that the licensing bylaw measures enforcing these restrictions be deferred pending assessment of the effectiveness of items A through E. So there's many things we can do outside of limiting how many people stay in a place, is to be responsible STA operators and educate people on how to do that and put rules in place for that. Importantly, the limitation on occupancy as it's currently defined will place the municipality of Meaford at a considerable competitive disadvantage relative to all neighboring municipalities which allow larger occupancies and non-single detached structure STAs, townhouses and accessory structures, or have greater availability of alternative accommodations available. They have a significant negative consequence of at least 111 STAs. So that number, 111, is not just it's accessory structures, anything that's not defined as a 3-bedroom cottage. So out of approximately 150, 111 of these structures, if that bylaw was to say it is for occupancy, would not be able to operate. So it would affect a lot of people, and it would also affect the amount of tourism we can accommodate in town. Okay. I think I'll wrap it up. Thanks again for giving me the time to share this information with you. Our Meaford STA group is always ready to participate and contribute to this conversation, and we look forward to seeing this moving forward. I don't know if any of you have any questions, but we're really happy that this is moving forward in a very positive way, and we're always available. Our group is always meeting and discussing ideas.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions for him? Deputy Mayor, did you have one?
Thank you.
Not really a question, Mr. Mayor, but I just wanted to thank Chris for being here and for reiterating some of the comments that we
Mhm.
have heard and adding to them today, and recognizing that as we go through this process with the registry, that we will gain a lot of information from our existing Airbnbs. And I think that will really help to guide us as we look at the current 3-bedroom restriction, and whether, we continue with that or change that or eliminate that. I think we really need that data to
Right.
to understand the impacts, and looking at that, and also looking at the enforcement, because, we as a council have to consider, the impacts as you've described for tourism, but also the neighbors. And we have to make
Absolutely.
sure that, that the neighbors of these Airbnbs can live comfortably. So I
Mhm.
think that data is really going to help us to make those decisions. So I'm just looking forward to continuing the process.
Yeah, I agree that there was talk of a registration program as well, and I think we don't know what we don't know. So if we can take the time to do the research, which staff has already mentioned they're looking at doing, we can make a more informed decision. Like, we don't know how many of the more than 3-bedroom units are in town or located rurally, how many of them there are, and obviously we know how many of them there are that will be affected, but it's definitely better to kind of do our homework first, which seems to be the case. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have a public question this afternoon. I'm going to call Michael Ashmore to the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking for some sober second thought on the last meeting TCE Community Benefit Resolution. Conflicts of interest for pecuniary and other reasons arise unknowingly. For example, if a councillor holds bank shares that are in the top 10 shareholders TCE, they are likely in conflict and should recuse. In the PSAC meeting of August 2024, Clark Little of TCE spoke of a councillor asking him for business. I'm pretty sure that's a conflict. A friend of a council member related to me how that member stated they had made a commitment to TCE. Is this a conflict? On September the 27th, 2022, 3 members of the current council supported a referendum, re the TCE PSP, yet none have brought it forward before voting for a staff negotiated agreement. Is this a conflict? Should they have recused? This council approved Ainley Associates of Collingwood to advise and represent the town. These are experienced independent engineers who would be spot on for the job of the community benefit agreement. Instead, we nominate staff that produced a website quote that may have been 6 times the market rate, according to discussion in council. Nobody knew the answer. I'd also asked TCE to commit to a public discussion of a cost-benefit analysis, which we've not seen yet, of a PSP plan that does not threaten residents living below the level of the reservoir. If the reservoir is moved to a safer location and produces power at 25 cents per kilowatt hour, I would be glad to participate in that cost-benefit analysis, because I think that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I think, yeah, I'm not sure that that's a lot to digest. I mean, it's one question, but it's made up of 40 other questions. So there's a lot to noodle there. If anybody wishes to, discuss it at this point, you're very welcome, and if not, we'll move on. Anyone wish to pursue this at the moment? Doesn't mean we won't give you an answer, but as I say, I would like to see that in writing, just because I had trouble following all of it personally. I think we'll take it, and I certainly want to read it. I'd be much easier for me to give you an answer if I understood everything that was in there. A lot of. I'm not sure from a standpoint of procedure what is the best idea, but just if we can get a written copy or like a hard copy of your question, I'll endeavor to see if we can't provide you with some answers.
But if the question relates to the acceptance of the minutes of the last meeting, how can you do that?
I'm not sure. Margaret, I'm going to call on you as the clerk to if there's an issue here. I'm not sure what it is.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify the minutes. You're talking about the Pump Storage Advisory Committee minutes?
No, I'm talking about this council minutes where you passed a resolution for the community benefit agreement for the staff negotiation.
Oh, so on the agenda 9.1B, there is a discussion about that item. I think it would be up to council's discretion as individual members of council to determine whether or not they have an interest, conflict of interest, and we do that at the start of the meeting or during the meeting. It would be up to each member of council to make a decision on that conflict, if that's what you're referring to.
I am asking for them to consider this before 9.1B.
Oh. Well, that's an interesting point. I don't think that the average investor, which involves pretty near, everybody who's retirement age, could give you a correct answer as to whether or not they hold stock in TCE. I think that's, if I understand the question, as I said, I've tried to follow you, but you had about 40 questions in there, and you used your 2 minutes.
Well, just to clarify that one, in the top 10 shareholders of TCE, there's 4 major Canadian banks. If a person holds a share in a Canadian bank, they are likely a top shareholder of TCE. Therefore, they have a pecuniary interest.
I think if that were true, I don't think that TCE would still be in business. I mean, I just don't see that.
That is true.
I'm just saying, I don't believe that any of us sitting around this horseshoe have a conflict of interest in our dealings with TC Energy.
Okay, I hope you clarify that matter.
Yeah, and as I say, if we get your questions, I will undertake to try and get you answers.
Thank you.
And go ahead, CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess I would just remind council that council has the ability to reach out to the Integrity Commissioner. And the Integrity Commissioner is the one that would help determine whether or not individuals have conflict of interest.
That would be very helpful, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
so, and that is up to each member of council to do so. But that is where that information would be best to come from for the for council to consider.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, would you be prepared to wait to pass the resolution today that affects the minutes of the last meeting?
I'm going to ask CAO Everett again. I think this is urgent that we deal with the item that's on this agenda. It's been on our agenda for quite a while, and I think we have an obligation to try and move forward on it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think there's 2 things. One, this is on the council agenda. This was discussed at committee of the whole. If council wished to deal with the approval of this, it would not, the work hasn't begun yet, and council could contact the Integrity Commissioner if they so wished to get that opinion. Even with this report moving forward, because we have not proceeded with those negotiations. If council were to find that maybe somebody has a conflict of interest, I don't believe that at this point, this report moving forward would jeopardize anybody moving, because those discussions haven't taken place.
So I think that makes sense to me. Anyone on council have a concern if we proceed on that basis? And clearly what CAO is saying is that we can pass this today, and if we find that there is a conflict, then we would, have to deal with it before we moved on we're not actually going to do anything immediately. It's just, I think that the municipality, the people of Meaford are waiting to know which direction council is going in. And we're not going in the direction we were going in previously. We're going in a little new direction, and we want to get there eventually.
Through Mr. Mayor, one other important point is council isn't approving the community benefit agreement through this report. It's essentially giving direction to negotiate one.
Exactly.
On that point, I did bring up Ainley of Collingwood being a possible choice.
Okay. And I will tell you, you've actually raised that question, and you will be getting an answer on that very shortly, because I wrote that, and you'll get your answer.
I thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. The council inquiries. I don't see any hands going up in a hurry, so we'll make some headway here. We'll catch up on lost time. Our consent agenda, we have 3 items on it, and you can, as you know, approve these in one vote, or you can pull any one for separate discussion. Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think with what has been transpiring, and we've had guest speakers today on the short-term accommodation, I think it would be good for us to have another little look-see to make sure that we're all clear on what we're saying and what we're doing on that one. And our immediately past guest speaker had some comments about the benefits with the TC Energy. I think I'd like to pull that item too. So that's 9A and 9B.
Okay, so let's go ahead and pass 9C. The recommendation is that it resolved that bylaw 2025-54 being a bylaw to establish a pump storage advisory committee and adopt an updated terms of reference be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So we'll go back now to item A. And the recommendation is that 1, support the proposed plan to consider the development and implementation of a fulsome municipal licensing program that would include the licensing of a short-term accommodation with the municipality of Meaford. And 2, direct staff to develop the framework, including the required public consultation process, to have council consider the establishment of an administrative monetary penalty bylaw and the implementation plan to support the administrative monetary penalties program. A mover and a seconder. Councillor Bell and Councillor Uhrig. Thank you. Discussion? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the entire issue of short-term licensing, we've had comments recently from concerned ratepayers about this subject matter. This council, when it was elected in 2022, put having a policy put in place as one of our key objectives on our term. But that didn't come out of the blue either in 2022. We have, as councillors, been listening to the situation from both well-run short-term accommodations and some very poor operators. And that's why it caused us in 2022 to say, well, we should do something about this. We should put a policy in place about this. A recent comment that was sent to me, I think probably all of members of council got it this morning, was, it's even if a person has a short-term accommodation and you happen to be the resident living right beside, even if they're doing this in a well-run manner, very professional manner, they are living beside the ongoing situation of this every weekend, according to that message that I received. And I can see it could really get to somebody that has chosen to live in a neighborhood. And then we have this short-term accommodation happening. When I read through the report previous to this about how many, the number was mentioned again today by a guest speaker. And it is pretty astounding that in the municipality of Meaford, we have so many located throughout, even in the rural communities. They're down side roads. They're just out in the country. They're not on waterfront. They're just places. And so I think today when we've got number one and number two as a recommendation today, I think that I would like to fully support this. It's been a long time that we have done absolutely nothing. I mean, the comments we got is we keep hearing that you want to do something and you're not moving forward on it. You're not really getting involved in truly trying to do something. I read through this report about what was mentioned today about our guest speaker about the number of bedrooms. In the report, it's about how many parking spaces do you have, and the bedrooms go with the septic systems, and everything's all connected to everything. And I do realize that there are some people who, yes, when they buy a property, they are buying it for their investment. We've had guest speakers here at this council who have said, this is my business. Basically, the inference is you are trying to interfere with my business. Well, if it's a business, there's other things that we're not recommending that we would like to do about that today. But I think that this is a good start. And I think that staff can go to work on this and do as this is directed to put forward a framework. And I think that this is a great start. And I think this is going to be a living document. I don't think we can call it the end all today. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to support it as written today for items 1 and 2. Thank you.
Who's next? Councillor Yerg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a couple of questions, and thank you for the report because it was really well done, and there certainly has been a lot of conversation gone into this. So page 25 at the end of point number 1, it says at the time of drafting the report, staff suggests that setting a maximum number of bedrooms is a very good and reasonable approach, as well ensuring the other elements for managing appropriate occupancy levels. We've already heard lots about the present 3-bedroom versus the Georgian Bluffs model. That's not a recommendation, I'm presuming, that statement. This is to study kind of what it's going to be and then come up with a good solution there, because I'm personally not in favor. I don't think that saying 3 bedrooms is automatically the problem. Like the previous conversation we had, you can put up a sign that says 50 kilometers an hour. Doesn't mean people do it. You can tell people if they have 3 bedrooms or less, they're going to be responsible. That's not the case. There's going to be somebody can have a party in a 2-bedroom as much as they could in a 4-bedroom. So I don't think that's relevant. I think it's more important to have the monetary penalty scenario in place so that we can try and penalize the people that don't follow the rules. I do have 2 questions. One is I didn't see anything in there when we're going to come into the actual registry aspect, which I think is a great idea, kind of ease this in. Is this on a self-regulatory basis? Again, before we get to the point of an actual licensing procedure, that's very cumbersome and very heavily would be heavily regulated, and we'd have to spend a lot of time inspecting places. So one is this going to be a fairly self-regulatory, like the London model was, if I remember correctly, that if you sign up for this, basically you are taking the onus upon yourself that you are following the rules that are in place. Is that case? That's one question I have.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yerg, yeah, very much self-regulatory. I think that's the key thing as a registry aspect. You know, when we talk about when we look at occupancy, I'll just pick up on that piece. One thing I found in the past is the number of beds and the number of parking is, that's the easy part. It's the nuances of when does occupancy matter? If it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon and a few families join and they have multiple STAs being rented, but they go to one STA to have lunch and the occupancy is 8, but now you have 16 at lunch. Those are the nuances that I find we often struggle with. I think the occupancy, having that clear and transparent understanding of what the rules mean, will be very, very helpful. And I think from the registry, having it self-regulatory, I would say that one thing that we would be wanting to use is the assertion that rather than the municipality doing inspections through this process, it'd just be an attestation that they are ensuring that there's a fire safety plan. They're ensuring that they have smoke alarms, the health and life safety pieces. They're signing off and they're taking the liability for that rather than us doing inspections at this point.
Thank you. If I may, just one
Okay.
more. And again, Councilor Bell, you're right. The email we got this morning was very in detailed in terms of a lot of nuances. And the one thing I think that was in there that we haven't really discussed before, I think is really important is that, and you can actually maybe educate me on this as well, because what they said was, because we're setting this overriding structure in place, and that's great, you do want to have some kind of overarching rules that everybody has to follow and a monetary penalty if you don't. But if they said that they were talking about, so if you do have one particular problem area, that could be dealt with independently and you can put restrictions on them. That is not now you're not necessarily changing the overreaching bylaw for everybody at that point. So that does again enable us the ability to actually go after a bad actor who is not following the rules and say, no, you have obviously violated. So now you have these further specific stipulations upon you. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor, you're absolutely correct. Through the administrative monetary penalty is one aspect. I would suggest that going through a program, a full licensing regime, we'd also include the merit points. The first thing I'll say is the administrative monetary penalties, that process is very handy because we don't have to go through the provincial court. I would say for many in the industry, the financial may not be the fear. It's the demerit points that are the fear. It's like getting a speeding ticket and getting those points taken off during that speeding ticket. So this is the very, very, very similar process. And I, when we presented this report, I said this, and I'll say it again. A really good short-term accommodation licensing program is actually the best tool for the good operators, because the good operators shouldn't have to worry about the licensing because they're operating in a very good manner. It's the bad actors that the licensing program is very effective. And I would even say it's the non-licensed STAs that continue to operate it without a license. Those are the ones that we go after. Because the administrative monetary penalty on that one, I can tell you what some municipalities are doing. The operating without a license is $10,000 first offense and $25,000 for every offense thereafter. Administrative monetary penalties can be placed on title. So when you get your tax bill, that's where you would see, if you choose not to pay, that's where you would see that fine. So that is the really nice catch with administrative monetary penalties and short-term accommodations, because they're property owners. And by just the simple fact that they're property owners, administrative monetary penalties can be placed on their property. So that's the beauty about the good operators will find this to be extremely helpful, especially for those individuals who aren't actually getting a license and profiting from short-term accommodations, while the good actors are paying to have that privilege.
Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate it. And again, I'll commend staff because I think they've done a good job on this. It's been a very difficult, long process. And I agree with you, Tony, that it's taken a long time to get to this point. And I think you just try to be fair to everybody, and that's great. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just following up on the comments we've just heard, I appreciate all of the efforts of staff and I recognize it is taking a while to get to the point where we're at, but I just think it's so important that we try to get this right. And I believe that we're doing that because it is sensitive. And I try to put myself in the shoes of someone living beside a large Airbnb, 6 or 8 bedrooms, and every weekend, as we read in one of our emails, you hear the car doors and you wonder, what are you going to get this weekend? And that's not a way that we want someone to live in Meaford. So I know we'll get to a point where, those circumstances will all be dealt with. But I think I'm grateful to hear from our current Airbnb owners who have taken the time to come and talk to us about all of the mitigations that they have in place, the noise monitors, and how they're working with their managers, are being present and communicating with their visitors and so on, because this is economic development and we want the tourism and we need to have these places for people to stay here in Meaford. But again, I think it's just so critically important that we are cognizant of the residents and that we do everything we can to make life comfortable for everyone. So I think this process will get us there. I did have one question though. On page 4, we talk about a screening officer and potentially a hearing officer. Should there be a need to deal with any appeals? So, and perhaps we don't know at this point whether or not those would need to be additional hires or whether that could happen through our current bylaw department. So I'm just curious to know at this point, as we ease into this process, how we see those positions being filled.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. So in regards to a screening officer, it really depends on the number of administrative monetary penalties that we want to establish. So parking tickets can be now put into administrative monetary penalties. So therefore, a simple parking ticket can be dealt with internally. The nice thing again, the administrative monetary penalty for the parking ticket, those revenues would stay with the municipality. Right now, a parking ticket will go up to Owen Sound for provincial court. I think we get 21% of that revenue. The rest remains at the county. A screening officer can be a bylaw officer who was not in any way, shape, or form tied to the actual issuance of that administrative monetary penalty. So I would suspect that going through the full administrative monetary penalty program, we would probably want to gain 1 staff for screening. As far as the hearing officer would be a contract. They would be on retainer. I would suggest that we probably want 2 or 3 that would be on a retainer that would come in. And depending on how busy we were, we may want to schedule a hearing once a month, might be once every 2 weeks. Those fees are covered by the appeal fee. So for the hearing officer, there would be no taxation going towards that hearing officer. And again, the hearing officer, they're not, if somebody goes through the screening officer and doesn't like the answer from the screening officer, they can go to the hearing officer, but they can't appeal the decision of the screening officer. They can only appeal on the basis of process. So there's nuances to the AMPs. If you go to provincial court, the onus is on the municipality to prove the guilt of others. At administrative monetary penalty, it switches. It's actually the person who has been charged with the administrative monetary penalty. It is up to them to prove their innocence. So there's a lot of nuances that work in the favor of the municipality, and it speeds processes up. So, but that screening officer, again, it really depends on how many amps that we put in process, because we want to be able to go through any appeals in a quick and effective manner.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, your worship, and want to thank everyone who has in the past commented upon the STA situation. I like the recommendation that Mr. Everett has prepared for us. I like the idea about the municipal licensing program. I like municipal accommodation tax. We do have, it says in the report, we have control over property standards, parking, noise, and nuisances. Now, that nuisances one is maybe a little wide open. I'm not sure just what all that might refer to. But I keep hearing over and over and over again, ever since day one, the 3-bedroom situation. And I personally like the 3 bedrooms, cutting it off at that. I think in the future, if indeed we get a policy in place and it runs relatively smoothly, perhaps the 3 bedrooms, the number could be revisited. But we have to start someplace, and I don't see why this number that, as I say, has had a lot of conversation, couldn't be set at 3. I've also heard a few times that hey, look, at having rules aren't really all that important in the rural areas. That maybe rules and regulations could be a little softer in the rural areas. I don't want that. We're going to have a policy. I want it for the entire municipality, the same standards for everywhere. I do want to ask Mr. Everett, back 3 years ago, I think a number of council members, including myself, said, however we end up with, whatever we end up with as far as an STA policy, it should be revenue neutral. And I can understand making it revenue neutral at the outset may be very difficult, maybe impossible until we get the policy in place. But through you, your worship, too, Mr. Everett, can we make this this STA situation revenue neutral in the future? I'm not looking at it to make money, but I don't want it to cost us money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Greenfield, it really depends on the number of short-term accommodations, and it really depends on how we want to implement the system. I can tell you that probably the easiest way to implement the system is to have a third-party software provider that can do licensing for us. There's a couple of pieces to that. Those services do an excellent job of helping provide evidence for enforcement. So you'll hear different presenters talk about, Airbnb doing the analysis to see how many short-term accommodations we have. In that industry, they call it scraping. The scraping also allows for determining what properties are advertising without a license. So there are pieces of that, in fairness to the operators, we would need to pull out because there's the enforcement piece, which the taxpayer or the license holders shouldn't be responsible on the enforcement side. But I do believe we can get this very close to being, if not revenue neutral. And I think the key thing is doing the financial sort of business plan to probably the first couple of years, it's not neutral, but over the long term, paying back those first couple of years. And again, council will have the opportunity of setting what percentage as we move forward. And if council decides that they do want to proceed with the licensing, what I propose is we would be coming to council and saying, do you want 100% cost recovery? Do you want 75? Because if you do, these are what the license fees will cost. Because ultimately it all comes down to what does a license cost and how long is that license good for? Lots of municipalities do once every 2 years that a license is good for. I know some have shifted to an every year. Now the every year just increases your administration costs. But there's lots of ways that we can look at being cost neutral if that's what we'd be looking for. Hopefully that's helpful.
Okay, I just had one question, if I may. We have talked, I think, about basing it on the number of occupants as opposed to the number of bedrooms, and I think there's a lot of merit in that approach too. And I'm hoping that we will investigate all of this pretty thoroughly before we bring the final draft to council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just one point to add in regards to the occupancy. I hear a lot about the two people per bedroom plus two. Just for clarity, the plus two isn't a given. You can only add the plus two if the additional non-bedroom location is acceptable from a life and health safety. So if you were in a basement, if you're saying that I've got a pull-out bed in the basement, and I'm going to say that's my additional two because it's not in a bedroom as defined by the building code. Typically, that's not, if they only had one staircase, they would not get that additional two because you have to have a secondary means of egress. So I've run into this before that people just think it's two people per bedroom plus additional two. It's not that simple. It has to be determined that additional two, that location, in the case of a fire or emergency, those individuals have second access to egress. So thanks for that opportunity to clarify that.
Are you ready to vote? All in favor? That is carried, and thank you for getting us to this point. It's been a long time. So, item B, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality directs staff to proceed with the formal negotiations with TC Energy to develop the framework and details of a community benefit agreement. And two, direct staff bring forward a final draft of a community benefit agreement no later than the end of the second quarter of 2026 for council's consideration. I need a mover or seconder. Sorry, Councillor Bell, thank you. And Councillor Uhrig, thank you. Discussion on this one. Okay, Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. At our last meeting, I asked for a split in consideration of this recommendation, and Ms. Wilton Segal was kind enough to grant that. I'm not going to ask for that again today, but I will say that I do have trouble with the timeline of the draft coming forward. I really think that's perhaps too soon. So I won't ask for a split, but if we don't split the vote, I will be voting against this recommendation.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. On page 34 of our report, there's a paragraph. And it says, with the benefit of discussing the TC Energy Pump Storage Project with province and in particular Minister of Energy and Mines, staff have identified that it's typical that this common framework that is used for public sector and private sector being negotiated and base long-standing commitments is in fact a community benefit agreement rather than a community benefit bylaw. I think that that is absolutely the best paragraph in this report. We need to have a relationship. We need to pull up to the table. We need to have the benefits that we would like to see talked about. I think at the last meeting, I said that with conversations I have had, everything is on the table, and right now today there is nothing on the table. So where do we need to start? My fellow councillor has said about doing this sort of right now. In my personal opinion, I think we're behind. I think we could have done something like this at least 2 years ago. Just saying. Well before this time. I would like to say something though to our guest speaker that was today talking about conflict of interest and you know what we do. We've all on this current term of council had a session with the Integrity Commissioner. It was time well spent going over the things which break down to what we should declare on. Our CAO also mentioned when our guest speaker was here today that if we have any questions within our mind, to call the Integrity Commissioner and we'll get the statement issued to us. So a lot of these things that get brought up, you know, they break down to being a lack of trust. It's as simple as that. People, they don't like the federal government for whatever reason. They don't like the province. They may not even like this sitting council. They just have a lack of no trust. And then when it comes to a huge multinational billion-dollar corporation, well, we also have some dislike and some distrust there too. So I think when we look at doing this, I think we start off with the basic commonality. We did not go out to Calgary and knock on the door and say, would you folks like to come to Meaford, Ontario, Canada? We didn't do that. This landed on our laps. In the Municipal Act, which I didn't bring with me today to quote quite properly, it behoves members of council elected anywhere that we approach a subject matter with an open mind and that we give everything due diligence in our thinking and we balance everything out. And yes, everything that we talk about has a balance between a risk and a benefit. Even today, when we had our guest speaker talking about the 8th concession, there's risks and there's benefits. Their condition, the traffic. We balance it. We have to come up with resolutions on a lot of things. So this big project here, I don't believe that we're going to get a commitment from the province or the feds to go ahead, put a shovel in the ground on our term. My own personal opinion. I just don't see it. But what we need to have in place for the next council that comes here is we need to have a framework, which was what you, Madam Deputy Mayor, wanted months ago now, to have a new framework of how to engage. We need to have that put in place. And when we have that put in place, and with people who, even who have comments quite in opposition to the TC Energy project, I want those folks, if they're listening, to know that I listen to those comments. There's a lot of good thinking people there. But again, today we had a guest speaker who once again said, there's a great fear of the reservoir breaking and the residents who live below. Again, trust, engineers, scientists, researchers, doing things in the best interest of the community. So this is a huge, huge situation. It's ongoing. Again, I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for my time speaking. And I think that that paragraph that I read is the one that I'm hinging on for the future. We need to have negotiations with them, tell them what could be, not exactly what will maybe happen, but what could be. And we can start by doing that in this format. and it's bullet point number 3. Move forward with another approach to achieve the community benefit outcome. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, following up on the comments we've heard, I'm in favor of this report, and I do agree that I think we are a little late to this game, that we should have been talking a community benefit agreement before now. But anyway, here we are. And I'm happy with the time frame of second quarter of 2026. And I think it's important that in the discussion as we go forward and formulate this draft agreement, that, as Councillor Bell mentioned, the concerns of the people who live nearest to this project are addressed, and that there's language in there to make people feel a little bit more comfortable and knowing that whatever issues may arise for them, that TC Energy will address them. But I know I've said this a number of times before, and I will repeat it in my mind, you know, and acknowledging that TC Energy has paid their invoices to date, but this community has been divided and disrupted since 2019. And we've received, as a municipality, no compensation whatsoever for all the time that has been invested, whether it's been by council or whether it's been by staff or whether it's been by residents who have devoted their time to researching. And I think it's high time that we started to see some, as I call them, you know, discretionary whatever, whether it's funds or however that plays out, that we start to see something coming into this municipality that we can say, yeah, we've been facing some difficult conversations here, but you know, this is what we're seeing on the other side of things. But again, I can't express enough that we also have to be cognizant of the concerns that have been raised by our residents, and those have to be dealt with in the best way that we can. And we want to see that in this community benefit agreement, but we also want to see something good for Meaford, because I think we've earned it. I think we deserve it, and we want to see something something positive coming our way. Thank you.
Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, very good discussion. I appreciate everybody's input on this. I don't know if this has been discussed before, so my question to CAO Everett. So what explicit objectives and valuation principles will guide staff and our consultants in these CBA talks? And maybe to those that are listening that don't really follow this as closely as we do, maybe you could sort of give us a general overview of what we could expect in regards to that, please. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Forder. So ultimately, those negotiations, we've heard lots from the community as well as lots of discussion at PSAC in regards to the environmental aspects. So making sure that, you know, the community benefit agreement talks about getting that laundry list of what studies are anticipated to be part of their application process, and ultimately what are those that come out of the application process that, you know, we understand are being required to be completed. The other pieces to it, quite frankly, are more the financial pieces, and working with council as well as the public to understand what is it we're looking for. I've said during the discussion when we presented this report, there's only a few ways that we can move forward with this, and one is, you know, you can look at developing a lump sum that basically on an annual basis there is a financial payment that goes to the municipality, and I would be identifying clearly that it would have to have an escalation clause. And again, council will have an opportunity to get into those discussions. The second piece, and what I've seen in other areas, is where, you know, there are certain facilities or certain projects that are identified. We're wanting to move forward with the social and economic development readiness plan. I personally don't think that we're in a position to be able to say these are the facilities that we want. Unfortunately, that socioeconomic readiness plan, and I've said this in public before, probably should have been done 5 or 6 years ago to have the municipality in a place to say this is the list of projects that we want to have done. Unfortunately, we're not in that place. So that's where I would lean towards that lump sum piece. And then using the template from the province, I think will be hugely beneficial. I can tell you the relationship with TC Energy is very, very positive right now. And I've often heard this council say nothing is not in play. I think making these next steps and having those discussions will give us an idea of where we are, where TC Energy is, and then being able to get that momentum so we can come to an agreement. And again, working closely with Strategy Corp will be key to these negotiations, and then getting early stages and bringing council up to speed on a regular basis of where the negotiations are, and getting guidance from council as well is something that we'll have to make sure that we're doing. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you once again, I appreciate that. Thank you, CAO Everett. So my question is maybe it's a little bit more of a comment and then a question relates to Councillor Bell's comment about distrust and perhaps a lack of information. And usually when we're missing information, we fill in the gaps with the things that we don't know. And oftentimes it's very negative. And CAO Everett, to your comment that the relationship between the municipality and TCE is very positive, but I don't know if I could really say that the relationship between TCE and many of the residents of Meaford are positive. And this is also what sort of funnels into this circle of distrust. So I don't know if this is part of the community benefits negotiations, but I think where a lot of the frustration, certainly from the people that I hear that have concerns about this project, is many of them who have legitimate qualifications and having an opinion on this project from a technical perspective aren't getting answers to their hard-hitting questions. And that creates and perpetuates a level of distrust because there's the perception of avoidance here. So how can we extend an olive branch to the residents who have these concerns? And I live in the floodplain as well. So if there was that breach that people are talking about, worst case scenario, I'm right in there as well. How do we have the opportunity to have residents get answers to those really important technical questions? Is there an opportunity to request that TCE may be able to provide one of their engineers for a Q&A with public engagement? So there now is the opportunity where we can clear the air and no longer do we have to hear residents saying, we have these questions. I'm a retired hydroelectric engineer and I have qualifications and they're not answering my questions. And these are real concerns. How do we get those questions answered? I don't know if that goes through PSAC, but we've been talking back and forth with TCE for this long, and those answers are still not coming out. So how do we negotiate that? All in an effort to build public trust is really the whole point of my comments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Ford, great question. And thank you for the opportunity to sort of use the platform. So council through the consent agenda approve the terms of reference for the Pump Storage Advisory Committee. And within that terms of reference, it is a new way of doing business for PSAC. And I'm happy to say that this coming Thursday, we'll be having a PSAC committee meeting. And for the first time, TC Energy will have a standing item where the complete agenda is based on a series of questions that have been posed to TC Energy for their response. That is the conduit in my opinion, we should be using. The terms of reference clearly identifies that TC Energy will not be required to answer questions on the fly. In fairness, we will provide questions in advance, give them an opportunity to put those responses together and present. The advisory committee is the conduit between the community and council. And those are videoed. So individuals who want to get the information, they'll have that opportunity. I think it's a great opportunity not only for PSAC, but also for TC Energy, because in the meetings that I've been at, there has definitely been the desire for the PSAC members to engage with representatives from TC Energy. Unfortunately, procedure sometimes gets in the way. So this allows procedure to sort of be followed by having that standing item. So having the questions come through PSAC to TC Energy, and then at the next meeting, having TC Energy provide a response, I think will be a very good way of being able to provide factual information and understanding information that is being brought forward. Not necessarily everybody is going to agree with. A lot of the work that we're dealing with, I'll be the first one to say, sometimes you're dealing with material that you can get somebody to say one thing and another person to say another thing, and it nobody's really providing misinformation. It's just how you want to steer it. So I'm looking forward to this PSAC meeting because the early information that I've received, it's just good, clear information. And I will say that when, being new into this role, but also being quite familiar with the TC Energy from coming next door, what everybody has to understand is the application for TC Energy has not even been made yet. And a lot of the information that was provided 5 years ago, quite frankly, seemed to be quite archaic in its design. And the design that is being considered right now is far more modernized and innovative. But that may not be something that the province even agrees with. So I think same thing with the drilling that's taking place out in the bay. To me, it's refreshing. I've had the opportunity to go out to that site twice. It is absolutely refreshing to see the environmental sensitivity and the safety measures that are in place. And it's basically fact finding. Like they're going through the due diligence to figure out what it is that they have out there, and is it something? Are the conditions able to proceed with the project? So I think having TC Energy, giving them the platform to answer questions, I hope will create that level of trust in providing factual information.
Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Brendan. That's really good way to couch that from a public trust angle. I was gonna ask as well, because one thing I think would be really helpful in that kind of aspect is because so much of this, I would like to know as well is how much is proprietary and shareable. Because that's gonna be a component of it as well. So, because some people do ask things that maybe just literally can't be answered from a competitive angle, from whatever. So that I think is part of the puzzle as well, is that people sometimes ask questions that, sorry, that's a business, that's their business, and we can't answer that. So I think when we're kind of parsing the information, we need to identify that as well and make that crystal clear, because again, that helps towards the public trust angle of what can be shared or what cannot.
Something I'd just like to add to the conversation, and that is that when negotiations do start on a community benefit agreement, there is a baseline. And Deputy Mayor Keevan and I established that baseline in very early meetings with TC Energy before we gave our conditional approval. And one of the key things is a commitment by TC Energy to a substantial percentage of supply chain investment in the area being within the municipality of Meaford. I may not be here when this comes down, so I want people to remember that. In fact, I can tell you that we found management at TC Energy very anxious to be helpful to the municipality of Meaford to make sure this was a benefit to us if it happens. And I think that's something that we need to keep in mind, that a substantial, and I'm not going to give it the figure, but I know what I was asking for, percentage of supply chain investment in the region go right into the municipality of Meaford. Are you ready to vote on this? All in favor? And that is carried 4-1. Thank you. Items for consideration. And the first one here is something we dealt with 2 weeks ago, that committee or that council of the municipality of Meaford provide pre-budget approval for project CAO-2026-01 website upgrade in the amount of $215,000. I need a mover or a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Greenfield. And Holly, are you going to take the podium?
Yes.
I think I want to stress that we're dealing here with an amending motion that is moving on from where we left off in our last meeting on this subject. Councillor Eric, oh, sorry. Do you want to hear from Holly first here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to say one thing first before Holly says that. And actually what it is I want to actually commend CAO Everett, because at last meeting, I specifically asked about seeing certain things. CAO Everett correctly answered the question, although I didn't like the answer, or not that I didn't believe you, Sean. But we heard a lot about the integrity commissioner today, so I actually did call the integrity commissioner. Once again, not to kind of argue your case, but I wanted to get the kind of what the actual kind of ruling was on that question that we had about us being able to see various documents that come in quotes from providers. At the end of the day, the commissioner agreed that, you know, you are members of the public, so we hire a purchasing department to literally do that job. We put our trust in them, and we should be doing that. I'm going to go on record and saying I still fundamentally disagree with it. If you're a president or a vice president or a GM of a company, you hire a purchasing department that you trust, and yet you can see those documents if you so desire, and yet this seems to be different. So I'm commending you on your answer. You were correct and you explained it very well, but I wanted to find out for myself. So moving on.
Thank you for that, and go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as you mentioned, Your Worship, this report is a follow-on and it's amendum report from the one that we spoke about 2 weeks ago. So this afternoon, I'll just keep it short and sweet. I'll look to highlight a few key pieces of information and then open it up for any questions. There's myself as well as our manager of IT services behind me, Mark, that's here to answer questions today. So the purpose of this report today is to clarify options available to either migrate our current website with our current vendor or to undertake a full rebuild through a competitive RFP process. I want to highlight that our current website platform does reach end of life June the 30th of 2026. And at this time, the website will go offline if no action is taken. And to avoid this disruption to the community, staff has analyzed 2 different approaches. So the first option that you'll see in the report is to migrate the existing site. So that includes the main municipal site, as well as 3 microsites. So that for the library, for Meaford Hall, and for the museum. And this is to the vendor's updated platform. Apologies, I've just lost all of my notes. There we go. So costs for that migration range between $76,000 to $100,000, depending on if we want to add on packages such as user testing, as well as a new site mapping. So that new site mapping would be an alternative option that would be a middle ground from a straight migration in between a full website rebuild. So that would allow us to work with the vendor to reimagine some parts of the website in the back end. So while the migration option does represent a lower capital cost, it would require significant staff time to review and correct any of the migrated content and would provide minimal design and functional improvements. Then the second option, which we've spoken about at length, is the full website rebuild, estimated at approximately $215,000. And again, just highlighting that this figure is purely an estimate at this point in time, as staff have not gone out to an RFP, and that's the recommendation that's before you today. So this website redesign would deliver a fully redesigned and accessible platform in alignment with the municipality's strategic communications plan. It would modernize the user experience, improve the back-end efficiency, and strategically reduce the long-term staff workload required for this project. So in short, the recommendation before council today is to proceed with the RFP process and to obtain proposals for the cost of a full website rebuild. However, if council should prefer, the recommendation may be replaced with one that selects migration as an option from within this report. Thank you.
Alrighty. Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Holly, thank you very much for updating this. And since our discussion at our last council meeting, I've continued to look into this a little more, and it may not be the information I wanted to hear, but it certainly seems like that's what comparative municipalities are paying for their websites, much to everybody's surprise. And I know you above anybody else don't want to pay more than we have to, so nobody's holding you responsible for any of that. One suggestion that I had when we look at this is, because it's important, especially for those that are listening, to know this, is that if council goes ahead and approves this pre-budget approval for $215,000, we're not saying we're spending $215,000. We are giving pre-approval. So this is testing the market. It's not writing a blank check. So I think what a very pragmatic approach to this whole situation would be, we approve the pre-budget placeholder, allow staff to issue the RFP, and we can gather our competitive bids. But now I also want to make sure that council's approval is going to be required before awarding the contract. Would that be correct? Okay, because what I want to say is I also would like to see the migration as a backup option in case the bids in the RFP come back higher than our council's collective level of comfort. So the point being is, we'd only spend what's necessary, and we can still protect the tax-paying residents with having a plan B in place in case plan A is completely out of our level of comfort. So I like council's thoughts on this, but I think a really good approach would be to put out the RFP, see what these bids look like as they come back. And if we don't like any of them for whatever reason, we could still fall back on the migration option, which is still very viable. I think this way we do our due diligence and we can explore all possible options, because we simply don't know what the pricing is going to be. We don't know what the bids are going to come back as. So with going to a migration on its own right now, sure, we'd save some money, but we still won't know what the bids through the RFP are going to look like for a full rebuild. So we wouldn't even have that perspective. We would just sort of have an estimate. So I'll leave it out for now. I do have some other questions, but I just want to toss that out just to see if there's any reception to that notion. Yeah, thank you.
Would you be bringing a motion along those lines?
Yeah, I would bring a motion to, for that. Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Holly, for that. The only question I had in there was, you've put in both options a fair amount of time for staff review. And I'm just curious whether or not there's, so when at Roma, for as an example, I think it was Orangeville, I'm sorry if I'm wrong on that, but they've really adopted AI in terms of a lot of their methodologies. So in terms of actually spending that much time reviewing, is there not a possibility of using AI as a tool to kind of do that? And then you review the AI's find on errors and whatnot, which eliminates a lot of that time that is spent? Or is that already kind of part of the planning you're talking about? And this is, gosh forbid, on top of that. So just wondering if that's been considered.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Urick, the latter. So that does factor in AI, and the migration that we're paying for, or the included in the estimate here, does use a bot, and it just identifies any pages that may have any issues. So this, I used a calculation. You need to estimate approximately 15 minutes of time for every single page that we have on our website. We have about 300 pages, and then there are all of our microsites need to come over manually. So that adds up, and this is my estimate for the amount of staff time using AI.
Wow, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in relation to the motion that's on the floor, Holly, may I ask the lifespan of a migrated site?
So my recommendation, if we were to migrate, would probably be about 2 to 3 years. And that is because a migration is just moving over to the new interface. It's not fixing anything up on the back end. And looking back at the communication strategic plan, a new website was completed in 2018, and it made the recommendation for a significant investment in refreshing the website every 5 years. So this is not that. Really, this is just moving over the back end logistics because our current provider is essentially discontinuing their service and their platform.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, so just following up then, Holly, for argument's sake, if we use $100,000 and that could get us worst case scenario 2 years, and then we're looking at a new site in 2 years, which will cost us most likely more than $215,000. So I'm not seeing the logic in investing $100,000 using that figure for 2 years and then looking at an increased cost for a new site at that point. So I'm sorry, Councillor Porter, but I can't support anything at this point related to migration. I think we need to step forward here and move forward with a new site that will allow us to fix, so to speak, all of the issues that we're all dealing with our current site, and to bring it up to date, and to do that now before, the cost would increase in that time frame. Thank you.
Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. So for clarity, if we were to move over just with a migration, we wouldn't necessarily need to invest in a new website in about 2 or 3 years' time, but the recommendation is there would be a financial investment in the website. So we would be moving over to a new platform, but it may be that we're in a different place with technology in 3 years, and websites typically come a long way within that period of time. So I'd recommend some sort of investment. And I've noted in the report, I hope to discuss that in the budget and what that looks like, and what Councillor Greenfield noted in our last meeting for putting in a communications website strategy for an annual investment to be able to prepare for these investments on about a 5-year cadence. So it's not a complete overhaul of a new website if we do choose the migration route. But it is just some investment as to not end up where we are today, where we need to put a lot of money in at once because we didn't plan as proactively as we maybe could have. And hopefully we won't find ourselves in the scenario where our platform has reached end of life. Does that provide you with the clarity that you need?
I'm going to go with Councillor Greenfield and then Councillor York.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and thank you, Holly, for bringing this back today. I appreciate the idea of the migration option, which I don't think was mentioned previously, and it is good to have something, some other numbers to think about. Again, as I said a couple of weeks ago, websites are really not high on my expertise level. To me, the primary use of a website is for information and public communication. And yes, we've been told many times that's essential. But I think a website can be it can play a role of a promotional factor for your municipality. And I guess I'm thinking that something brand spanking new can be more attractive, more professional, more convenient for those, not only our residents, but for residents from wherever. It seems to me the more attractive, the more up to date, the more slick we make it, can be a big boost for the municipality overall, for our residents, our visitors, certainly for our businesses, and potential businesses. So, I'm hoping that will be one of the components of this new website, that it does have eye appeal. So I'm not fond of granting a 1.25% tax increase in October before we've seen any other budget numbers, but I will just throw out a friendly invitation to staff, all staff, that if there's any way in this upcoming budget that you can get this 1.25% back, I'm sure council would greatly appreciate it.
Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did you bring your crystal ball, Holly?
Not today.
So with technology, obviously, as things change, so why we're in this environment is because that particular provider end of service, and so now we are under the gun to kind of go forward. Is there any way to mitigate that in the future? Are we always going to be at this kind of, and I know it becomes proprietary, whoever that server is, carries that server, is going to carry X amount of weight because they are, they're the proprietors of it. Having said that, is there any, and again, I'm just spitballing and just trying to find out, I don't know, but is there any way of trying to protect against that in the future? Whether, and again, looking at other examples, what people do, I want to throw that out there because we don't want to be doing that again in 5 years where it's just like, oh, good, it's end of service. Seems like a really good racket for them is just to, stop it every 5 years and force you to do it. So.
Yes.
Anything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ureg, maybe we're all in the wrong business. But I think that it's controlling what we can and putting in some mitigation strategies, like some of that financial planning, so that we're not in this predicament. But I'd say really it's a tricky one whenever you're working with a vendor. Maybe it's putting some of the terms around our agreement, because when we do sign on, I know at least for the last agreement, we only sign on for 5 years. Again, pros and cons to that. Councillor Bell referred to some pros and cons of different things earlier today. We trap ourselves in with a software that may be aging, which is where we find ourselves today, but then you potentially ensure some longevity of the platform. So.
One question I have, Holly, has staff looked at some of our near neighbors? We know that some of them have new websites, and perhaps quiz them on how it went, how much trouble was it, or was it easy, and how much better is the product that they now have, and so that when you go to the RPF, you'll at least have a couple of companies in mind that you'd be interested to see what they would do for us. That possibility?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor. I have spoken with some other communications colleague. Luckily, I was recently at a communications conference that brought together communicators from the Grey Bruce area, which was extremely beneficial for me to attend. And I had the privilege of speaking with folks at Grey County, the Blue Mountains, and have connected in the past with Collingwood. And I believe all 3 of those different groups are with different providers. Some of them did migrate, but then there are also some other vendors in there that I hope would put forward a bid to this RFP solution.
Good. Go ahead, Councillor Fordham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you once again. Just want to respond to Deputy Mayor's comment. I'm not saying to go to migration. I'm just saying not to take it completely off the table, just to keep that as a backup plan. I think that's the most pragmatic approach. I just have a question with regards to the hosting because I haven't seen it since it was in the original report. Are we going to be changing our hosting to a Canadian provider? Because right now it's in West Virginia. And my understanding is that we could get better performance. And I think that follows that conversation we had several council meetings ago with trying to support Canadian wherever possible. So is this part of the plan with the RFP that make sure that the hosting is Canadian sourced or placed? Thank you.
Councillor Mayor, through you to Councillor Porter, that would definitely be a consideration if we get to RFP. I just wanted to make a couple of clarifying statements too, that offer that we have right now for that migration doesn't hold in place indefinitely while we try to source other vendors and different solutions, because there are vendor of record discounts that are included in that migration quote. And that's one of the reasons why they didn't want to make that a FOI-able public document. Because it does have private implications as to our relationship with the current vendor. So yes, to answer your question, excuse me, we would be looking at Canadian hosting, which is something we're doing with the museum platform currently. We're moving it from the American platform over to a Canadian one. So that would be definitely a consideration. To Councillor Yurig's point about not getting I guess sourced out every 5 years of a aging platform, we can look into solutions and quotes that are on a more universal platform, not something that's so proprietary. And those are all considerations that we'll be making when we're analyzing all of the bids. So just to clarify as well, when this does go out for RFP, our current provider who has submitted that migration quote will also be a bidder in that process, right? So some of those, like I say, some of those discounts and things that they've made available to keep the business might not be there down the road. So we have to prepare for that eventuality that, and this has been exampled by them in a couple of our conversations, that other municipalities have gone out to bid, out to tender, and they've still ended up coming back to these guys. And they ended up paying more than what that original migration quote was. So that's a risk as well. Okay.
Okay, follow up and then Councillor Tell.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, just a quick follow-up, and Mark, thank you for that. So you're saying that if we go through the RFP process, that GovStack would still be a part of that process with regards to offering a migration? Even I understand it may not be the same price it is today, but that would still be a consideration as we're evaluating.
Correct.
Okay. So with that said, then I will withdraw my motion then. Thank you kindly.
And Councillor Bell? Okay. Are you ready to vote? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. On the motion right here. Well, there was no seconder for that motion anyway. It was just that I wanted to find out if he would make it a motion but I think we satisfied him so okay. We've got one more here. The recommendation is, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-55, being a bylaw to appoint consulting building officials for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Forder and Councillor Greenfield. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Did you wish to speak to it, Amy?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to answer any questions. This is just a further appointment of experts from RSM to help facilitate in-person inspections as opposed to those virtual. So really no changes, just some additional names for appointment there.
Right. Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the appointment of this by our vote today puts this organization doing some work. Previous to us raising our hand today, when builders and contractors have questions, we're in a bit of limbo land right now. Maybe that's not a good expression on my part, but I had a builder ask me about some inspections, and I said that we have a group that might be doing it, but obviously not until today. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship. No, you'll recall at last council meeting, other appointments, 12, I believe, were completed. So those were effective immediately. And at that time, RSM began work for us. So business sort of has continued as usual, although some inquiries for plans review being completed by RSM, those will be directed to RSM, if that makes sense. But business as usual otherwise, so. These are additional names.
Don't see any further questions. If you're ready to vote, all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. It's 3:07. Would you like a short break before we go into committee of the whole? Okay, let's make it 3:15. Okay. Ready. Okay, we are back. Minute or two longer than I expected, but anyway, we're all refreshed and ready to go again. And I need a motion to move into committee of the whole at 3:19. Councillor Urick and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. And the first item here is that Committee of the Whole receive report CAO 2025-28, Council Meeting Calendar 2026 for information purposes. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Bell and Councillor Forder. Any discussion on this? Thank you. It's good to have, this in good time. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Next item, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive Development Report 2025-21, Ontario Land Tribunal Appeals received, being 23 and 37 Trowbridge Street East for information purposes. Mover and seconder for this motion. Councillor Urick, and not everybody at once. Councillor Forder. Yeah, this is what it is. Do we have any report from staff on it at all?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have anything additional to add, but if there were any questions, basic questions, because we're just at the early stages, we could fill in any questions that you might have.
Yeah, thank you, Denise. And it looks like Deputy Mayor Keaveney has a question for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I did have one question on page 2, Denise, where it speaks about the original proposal also included the lands known as 12 Bayfield Street. But, we know that the plan has changed from the original 160 units to now down to a plan of 100 units. So I'm just wondering, what impact does that have overall on the OLT, appeals now that we're looking at a different design for this proposal?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So the proposal did change from the original proposal that was approved for from the last OLT settlement process. So it is reduced. It has that one parcel not included. However, we've been reviewing it through those two files that this are the subject of this report. So the site plan and the heritage permit were both on just the two properties and not including 12 Bayfield Street. So I don't think it has any direct impact on it at this time. It could have some impact on 12 Bayfield Street because it's also been rezoned. So it has different zoning than it did before when it was all part of the last proposal. It was also rezoned as part of that. So it has different permissions than it would have had prior to that. But it will probably proceed separately should anybody want to develop that parcel.
Thank you.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Denise. I don't know if I have my dates right, so just humor me, and if my information is wrong, just please let me know. But my understanding is that the Averance OLT appeal had to be filed prior to August 21st, which was 30 days. I'm just curious if that is true. How come it's taking so long for this to get to a council agenda? And I apologize if my dates aren't right, but that was just my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to the question. So the question was, why does it take so long to get to a council agenda? And there's two reasons for that. One is it's actually 30 days, and the 30 days is from the date of the notice that went out. So we put out a notice, I believe it's August 1st. So the appeal came in on the last day, just in time for the 30 days. And then it takes some time to get through our approval process now internally for reporting. And so we got this as soon as we could into an agenda for council to have at least some knowledge about the project being appealed.
Any other questions? Councillor Greenfield.
Mr. Worship, through you to Ms. McCarl. I'm only guessing, but it seems to me that this peer review is the main stumbling block that Averance has objection to. And I I really think we did the right thing for asking for this, asking it to go to the Heritage Advisory Committee and Council. And I really I think we've done the right thing doing that. And I'm really disappointed that indeed, if that is their main problem, that they feel that way. I really take objection to a company that perhaps 10 years ago didn't even know where the municipality of Meaford was located, coming to our area and telling us what we want and what we need. And okay, we'll set it on.
I have a question, if I may, to CAO Everett. It's been recommended to us by some community members who have been highly critical of this project, that we engage a particular heritage consultant, and this, I know from my experience, this heritage consultant did an excellent job on our official plan review, and I'm just wondering if that's part of our plan to engage that consultant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll defer to Ms. Can on this one, just
sure.
from the planning perspective.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. So because the municipality doesn't routinely retain a heritage expert, we would have to defer to the rules of procurement to see who it was that we would engage in the peer review process. So that would be a process that would sort of unfold on its own, again, in accordance with those rules. So there would be public transparency involved in that exercise.
Okay, I certainly, at the time, I had some opportunities to interact with the proponents, and they were, I think we got a tremendous leg up in our official plan review through their just really in-depth appreciation for what we have here in Meaford. It certainly impressed me that they were impressed with us. So, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. You're ready to vote? You're in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford authorize the use of the Community Improvement Plan refresh principles outlined in Report Development 2025-22 to guide and scope the review exercise. 2, direct staff to prepare a draft SIP for the process of public agency and committee and council review. 3, direct staff to plan for a public meeting and provide notice of the public meeting in accordance with the Planning Act. And 4, continue its pause on implementation of the 2022 SIP, which is the Community Improvement Program, and all programs thereunder until such time as it is refreshed or the refreshment is adopted. Mover in a second for this one, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Forder. Thank you. Discussion on this, or would you like to speak to it, Amy?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that the report's fairly self-explanatory, so I'm more than happy to answer questions if there are any.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this does need to have a refresh. And yes, I think that probably each member of council has encountered someone who's been involved in this process. And we have heard some great difficulties, and I know, Mr. Mayor, you've probably had an earful of some difficulties along the way that have transpired with this. And I do think that as this report is written, that a complete refresh of an overview of what this is about, what our intentions are, who is going to benefit. Even when our departed councillor Bartley was here, there was one that came up and he basically said, You know, how does this benefit the community by being located in a particular location, doing this particular subject? And he couldn't see his way through that, and yet, at the time it was written and at the time the applicant was made, they qualified. So there's nothing we can do about it as written. So time for a refresh, and as it's laid out for us here, I can go along with the timelines on it. So I'm in favor of a refresh today.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm also in favor of the report. Just a couple of thoughts. Director Ken, I'd like to see some incentives continue in the CIP for affordable housing of however we might put language to that. In my mind, the community improvement plan was really designed initially to improve our downtown core so that the businesses on the main street could upgrade their facades. And then we strayed from that, wanting to be inclusive of our rural area, rightfully so. So, you know, how we do that in a manner that is inclusive, but yet, you know, does focus on businesses that are visible to the public. So that's going to be a challenge for staff. And I know Councilor Bell just mentioned timeline, but I just wondered, Amy, you know, while we all, I think, will agree that we support the pause, do you have a sense in your mind of a timeline of when you'd like to see this come back to council?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, your worship. I was going to put timelines for a public meeting and notice period in the report, but appreciating the time of year, I do want to be respectful of the budget schedule. So my hope is that we'll see something ready for January 1st, so that hoping if we have a little pot of money that we can spend through the 2026 budget, we'll have a whole new program set up for next year. So that's the hope.
Other questions, Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment through you to Ms. Can, our Director of Development Services. Thank you for bringing this. It's certainly due, maybe overdue. When we started the community improvement plan, as the Deputy Mayor has said, it was fairly simple, fairly limited, fairly straightforward, and it did have add-ons, and the add-ons maybe have gone a little too far, or at least difficult to explain and to verify. So yeah, this is definitely needed, and let's get at it. I think I want the program to stay in place. I think it has been beneficial in many cases, but let's clean it up and streamline it. Thank you.
It looks like all the questions. I'd just like to say that what I like best about this report is the people who signed off on it, and they included our treasurer and our development lead, and also our small business liaison, which is a position we have not always had. And I think it's really making a difference as far as, well, the whole community improvement plan process. I think that we just are in a much stronger place than we have been in the past to make sure that we're giving our business people in the municipality the best chance we can give them. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next one, recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, provide pre-budget approval for the operating project Environmental Services 2025-01 Waste Collection Services in the amount of $1,375,894.81, including the municipality's non-refundable portion of HST. 2, approve the award of proposal Environmental Services 2025-01 Waste Collection Services to Miller Waste Systems for the amount mentioned above and its non-refundable portion. And 3, authorize the mayor and the clerk to enter into the necessary agreement. A mover and a seconder for this, Deputy Mayor Keaveney and Councillor Bell. Thank you. And Tori, is this going to be you? So, no, it isn't. Sorry. Welcome back, Tori, by the way. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't really have anything to update on. I'd like to just go to questions if possible, just to see what you guys want to know more than what's already in the report.
I'm sure there are a number of them. I'm going to start with Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very broad overview. Do we know approximately how successful the current recycling diversion program is working? Can we put close to a percentage on that, what it is in our community?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, today I can't. I can do some digging for the next meeting.
Okay. Because I just, once we know that, it'd be nice to know with the new program coming in, you know, just comparative what the measurables are going to be, whether it's expected to be better, worse, and different or whatever, but it's without having a starting point, it's pretty difficult to compare what we're gonna have moving forward. So I would appreciate that for the future. Thanks.
It seems to me that I can recall that we did have a high percentage, a relatively high percentage of success with this program. That was my recollection. Perhaps you do remember, Councillor Greenfield?
Yeah, for a number of years, we were in the mid 60% group, and at that time, that was likely above the Ontario average. If I may, could I just ask Emily a question? Emily, we currently commonly compare our figures to our comparator groups. And I don't ask me to name a comparator group for waste management because but I do wonder, are there such a thing, and have we an idea of what municipality A, B, and C are paying municipalities that might be similar to ours? I mean, $1.4 million is a lot of money, and I just wondered, we only got the one bid, and that to me is unfortunate. Not saying the company who presented the bid was high or low, but it just seems unfortunate. We have to do this, and we have to have somebody do it. So I wondered, is this a realistic number for our municipality compared to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only numbers I have to go off of are the ones that were in the proposal from the successful proponent. However, I would say we were very low compared to our neighbors. But there again, we're offering different services than they are. They have a landfill. There's never apples to apples for this, it seems. So it's very hard to compare.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I believe I remember, Emily, the last time that we negotiated this contract, we had a significant increase in costs. So maybe now are we kind of caught up, hopefully. Recognizing, I think this is sort of a county-related question, that we only have 10 years landfill capacity for for this area, and that spurred discussion at the Shared Services Committee, where it was agreed that that committee would recommend to County Council that a shared waste management service be considered. So I do believe staff at that level will look into that potential. So I'm just curious to know, we will continue to negotiate this contract, and if it's 4 to 6 years in the term, however that works out, if the county, did go forward with a countywide system, are we stuck if we sign this contract, or where might that leave us going forward, Emily?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am not the person that can answer that question. Val, do you know?
Through you, Mayor Kenner. On? Okay, sorry. I think we would want to look at the contract, but I thought it had said 3 years with an additional 2. And I'll double check that, but I thought that's what it had said.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To our Manager of Environmental Services, Emily, you have got quite a package before us this afternoon, as usual. So we have to comply by January the 1st, and we've been one of the last municipalities to get on board to do that. But I have a question on automatic cart-based collection to be phased in and a flexible collection schedule. I'm looking at a diminished service when it's flexible.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No. The recycling contract with the province, there's tons of rumors out there that they're switching to the automated carts. With that, we didn't know if everybody was buying into that, whether that would be something council in the future would be interested in switching the organics and the garbage to carts. So that's all that would be. And the flexibility is more for their drivers. It's a lot easier for them to get drivers because it's not manual anymore. So they have a lot more success in trying to get people.
Thank you for that. The other question that I do have to ask you is, I read about dumpsters being out, but dumpsters coming in to the same location. What was the reason to switch dumpsterism?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was to hopefully to get a better price, to bring the dumpster contract back into the big waste management contract. So years ago, it used to all be together. And then we split it when the province started talking about this recycling going their way, because we didn't know what was going to happen. So we brought the dumpsters back into this contract. So Miller's bidding on it. Actually, that dumpster price was a lot lower than what we were currently paying out of waste management. So our waste management dumpsters are leaving, Miller waste dumpsters are coming. A color change.
Any other questions? Okay, are we ready to vote? All in favor? And again, that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Emily. The next recommendation, that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, approve an increase to the 2025 capital budget for the McCarroll Park Splash Pad project in the amount of $125,400 to address identified funding shortfalls for a revised total budget of $459,400. 2, direct the treasurer to transfer $120,000 from the eligible funding source through development charges. And 3, direct the treasurer to transfer $5,400 from the Parks Reserve. A mover and a seconder for this, Councillor Forder and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Anybody have questions, and who do they want to ask? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a couple if I may. Really happy to see this moving forward. Sorry that we didn't get the splash pad constructed this year, but happy to see that we will. Just wondered if I could ask for clarification. It talks about, moving forward this fall and opening the new park in the spring. So I gather we're just going to do some moving around this fall and getting ready, and that's great. So if we could just have that clarified. And I'm hoping, because we've talked about it at this council table a couple of times now, that as we go forward with the new splash pad and recognize that's going to draw more traffic to McCarroll Park, can we tie in some traffic calming measures and appropriate signage on Bayfield Street to accommodate that additional traffic?
Through your worship, I've been given the Coles notes on this project, so I will try my best to help answer some of the questions. With regards to timing, what we will be working on in the fall is moving and relocating the existing playground equipment so that when construction of the actual splash pad occurs in the spring, we will be able to hit the ground running and get it open as quickly as possible. So what we'll be seeing this fall is taking off the existing playground equipment and moving it further west on the property so that it doesn't interfere with the increased size of the new splash pad. And by doing this, it will just allow for the splash pad to be constructed in a shorter timeline. With regards to traffic calming, that's something we can definitely look at, but I don't think it's been included to this point.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in concert with the calming on Bayfield, one other thing is kind of been brought to my attention by a few people. Whether or not there's anything we can do about kind of after hour security, and I'm not talking about actually people monitoring, but whether cameras or something, because apparently there are reports of kids will be kids, and whether they've been on the roof, they're kind of hanging out there and doing things that maybe they shouldn't be. So just whether there are any kind of security measures we can put in to monitor that. Not that it's going to be immediate response, but at least if we're aware of what the problems is, we can help mitigate it.
I ask the CA, however.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Forder. So generally in areas where there, Councillor Yurg, yeah, sorry. Yeah, yeah, keep telling yourself that. So in those types of projects, there's simple things that can be done. Motion lights are probably the most effective, in my experience. You know, just simply putting motion lights in areas that, you know, once there's movement, it triggers and it usually pushes the traffic away. So, and again, you know, when the traffic's gone, the motion lights go off, so it's not a hindrance to the neighboring properties. So I think there's lots of things that anytime that we are developing parks and trails or facilities, having those measures in place early on, I think is really important. That can be highlighted in the overall project.
See any more questions? If you're ready to vote on this, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We've received the building statistics for the month of August. Any questions, or Councillor Greenfield, did you want to, you know, highlight them, or?
These numbers look a little more productive than the last ones we saw, but I do want to ask Ms. Can, if I may, and I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, the abundance of construction that's going on in the Loon Call subdivision. Several months ago, we passed a recommendation that included, I think there were 50, a number of permits. I'm going to say 50 permits for work at Loon Call. Now, were those projects? I don't know. I don't think they would go back to last year, but have they been tabulated in these numbers? Because these numbers are a bit thinner than what I had perceived construction in our municipality had been so far this year.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield, and through you, your worship. Yes, any permits pulled to date will be reflected in these numbers. And forgive me, I'm not sure if they would be included in the 2024 or the year-to-date 2025. But as I understand it, Loon Call has been pulling a few permits at a time. So each month, you'd see potentially a few Loon Call dwellings represented in those numbers. So at the end of the year, we hope to bring you, a full annual outlook or look back, I should say. And so we can maybe take care to characterize those particular projects in that summary for you, if it helps.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We have reports at this point from various things, and we'll start with our Grey County Council report from Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. County Council last met on September the 25th. During the council meeting, there were 2 bylaws approved. The first provides tax funds from the county back to the city of Owensound because they have a program for heritage properties where they get a discount on their taxes. So that comes at a cost to the county of $15,000. The second bylaw authorized the acquisition of land in Grey Highlands for the construction of a new paramedic base in Feversham. They just opened a new one in Durham just a week ago Saturday, and now there's going to be a new one constructed next year as well to accommodate, the significant increase in paramedic calls with the growth in Grey County. During announcements, we learned something that was really interesting. Owen Sound resident Brian Davenport is the Canadian plowing champion in the conventional class after the most recent plowing match competition. Mr. Davenport will represent Canada at the 71st World Plowing Contest in Croatia. So that's pretty cool. We'll all wish good luck to Brian. It was agreed to fund a report for 2 surplus parcels of land, one in Markdale and the other in Durham, with $130,000 from the one-time reserve at Grey County to accommodate the consideration of any site preparation work such as archaeological studies or stormwater management, pond locating, as well as other de-risking opportunities. And once that work is done, I think there'll be some consideration given by County Council as to whether these are appropriate locations for some affordable housing projects. The court security contribution agreement was considered. There's a funding gap between the dollars the province contributes and the cost of prisoner transport to the courthouse in Owen Sound. So you would never guess this, but the province bases their funding on costs from 2 years ago. So that results in a shortfall, as well as recognizing that post-COVID, there are a huge increase in the number of prisoner transports. They're up 265%. There are more violent crimes in the county now. Bail hearings are all in person, and security must be provided on every floor of the courthouse. So this all contributes to increased costs. So funds will be drawn from the corporate services surplus at the county to pay back the city of Owen Sound. The next discussion was an important one, in my opinion. In 2018, I was a candidate that definitely voted to support the saving of Grey Gables, a long-term care home in Markdale. Since then, as everybody is aware, the county has moved forward with the construction of Rockwood Terrace in Durham. Grey Gables has been allotted by the province 62 additional beds. And the catch is that the cost of the new home in Durham comes in at $96 million. The province does support that with some monies, but it's still a huge debt commitment for the county and for many councils to come. So the question is, when is the right time to explore going forward with a full Grey Gables rebuild, recognizing that we're at risk of losing this allocation of 62 beds if we don't express almost immediate interest. Well, the date was September 29th, so passed. Anyway, it was decided recognizing the actual cost per bed to build a home is now $750,000. That we request the ministry maintain those 62 beds for Grey County, and that staff report back to the ministry in 2027 after Rockwood is completed, to see if at that point in time that particular council has any intentions of going forward with the rebuild at Grey Gables. So it's a bit of a difficult decision. The county works with a debt repayment limit of under 10% of own source revenue. And currently with Rockwood, that puts the county at 7% of that 10%. So if we added the cost of rebuilding Grey Gables, the number would jump to 13%. And I'm personally not comfortable, and the mayor will chime in, but I'm personally not comfortable with putting the county in a position of that much more debt, not at this point in time, at least until we get Rockwood finished. Staff requested a development charge holiday of 2 years for the industrial class of taxation, recognizing the uncertainty in today's market and utilizing this as a tool to attract investment. The DCs in this category collected in 2024 were approximately $79,000. I thought this was a good idea, but in the end, that vote was lost, so that's not going to happen. The province has provided the counties of Grey Bruce, Dufferin, in partnership with Saugeen Mobility, $9.5 million through OTIF funding to develop an inclusive and equitable system for transit that would meet the needs of the region. And transit has been another ongoing discussion at the county for some time, because we tried this here with our own bus service a few years ago and found out no matter, even with a fare of $2, that the average ridership a day was 4 people. And at the county, you know, transit is so important and people rely on it, but the honesty is that it does cost the county a great deal of money to keep this running, and we did eliminate a route earlier in the year. So in any event, they've got some more funding, and we'll see if we can make that work and keep transit going in Grey County. And that's it, Mr. Mayor, unless you wanted to add anything.
No, not really. I certainly agree. I voted as you did. I think the province has put us right squarely between a rock and a hard place with the cost of long-term care beds at $750,000 apiece, and an ultimatum that we, make an immediate commitment on 62 beds in Markdale. It's a very, very difficult decision, but I think that I just think how lucky we are in Meaford to have the nursing home that we do. Was there a report from the Accessibility Advisory Committee? Over to you then, Councillor Greenfield.
Yes, thank you. Your worship, the committee did meet on September 24th. Really good meeting. Two major items. The first one, we had a presentation from the Beautiful Joe Park committee, the bridge people. Linda Stevens, Sharon Manson came and told us about the efforts to attain a bridge that would provide accessibility for everyone across the Big Head River from the Legion Park side to the current Beautiful Joe Park. They have, I think everyone knows, have reached their fundraising goals. Unfortunately, that number is still too low when it comes to the actual bridge construction. But one thing they did emphasize is that they really need parking facilities on the north side of the river in Legion Park, and a fairly sizable parking facility, because they're looking for buses, for coaches, and coach-size buses are big, and even to get one parked and given enough room to turn around is going to require some parking area. So That's now becoming a high concern on their list, in addition to the bridge. I did advise them that, hey, look, the budget's coming up and that bridge will undoubtedly get some discussion and they're still very hopeful. They think they can attract a number of bus tours. They don't want to overdo it with visits to Beautiful Joe Park, but they do want to provide enough access and parking to get anyone who's interested in visiting there to come to it. The committee had a few questions, as they should. Likely the bigger part of the session was tied up by the what is becoming known as the Sykes Street Informal Entrance Audit. This was an audit done by 3 members of a committee, and what they did was start up at Collingwood Street and check out both sides of Sykes down as far as the bridge at Berry Street. Some interesting discoveries as far as accessibility to businesses on Main Street. I'm not going to go into details, but if you are in a wheelchair or need a walker or need a cane, approximately 40% of the entrances on Main Street are inaccessible to people who have those problems. Now, the committee, at the insistence of Ms. Mahan and myself, did agree to come to a council meeting in the relatively near future and give a presentation of what they found in this survey they did, and I'm really looking forward to that, and I think they'll have some interesting information for council. That's about it.
Can I ask you, I've always had in the back of my mind that 2025 was the deadline for meeting the provincial requirements for accessibility by municipalities. Is that still the case, or is there some, has been some extension, or is there a deadline looming?
I believe there has been an extension for that. I'm not sure how long. I know at least 1 year, but I'm not sure if there has been more. Sarah, can you advise us on that, please?
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Greenfield. Yes, there has been an extension. Right now, it's upwards of 3 years with no definitive change to that. But I think, yeah, that's it. Thanks.
That's kind of surprising, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Was there any other committee meetings? Councillor Yurg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With your indulgence, I actually have 3. So the strengthening, I chaired the strengthening our committee community meeting on October 1st, which was bittersweet because it was the first meeting without Councillor Bartley. And we discussed how the committee will proceed with municipal participation moving forward. But the committee did hear updates from Jessica Kenyon on the BIA drop-in sessions and the open fields event. They heard from Cassandra Sesko on the status of the splash pad project, and from me on moving the Canada Connects mural mosaic and the municipal website migration. They're still seeking information regarding potential calming measures for Bayfield Street, as we discussed earlier, and requested presentations for the next meeting from the 55+ Club and the Meaford Rotary House. Moving on, I also, the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board met on September 23rd. We heard a presentation from Peter Reed of Crime Stoppers Grey Bruce. Meaford is one of the few municipalities that actually provides financial support through our community grants program. They requested $5,000 in support, and the board decided to defer that decision till the 2026 budget discussions. The good news is they're in a far better position than previously when they were considering folding. They're also seeking board members, as they currently only have 5 of the possible 15 allotted spots. There was also a presentation by Janet Fever of the OPP Municipal Policing Bureau, which outlined the difference between OPP and municipal boards. It detailed the OPP cost recovery strategy, which noted that the OPP provincial spend is expected to be over $1 billion, with the municipal price tag expected to be less than half that amount of $497 million. This breaks down as the base service cost of $236 million, which is $189.44 per property based on MPAC. 208 million calls for service and 53 million for other costs. You can find a complete breakdown on their website at opp.ca, but it was questions about whether, you know, with the MPAC delays and kind of updating whether how that was relevant and how that's going to change, but there's nothing on the horizon on that. Mayor McQueen of Grey Highlands asked about regulations regarding horse-drawn vehicles as they're becoming more prevalent in our area. The only current requirements are the safety triangle and the small lights on the back, which the OP agreed are not always very efficient. From past experience in other jurisdictions, they recommend a direct road safety education approach with the various groups rather than an aggressive ticketing program. Finally, I had a conversation with one of the officers after the meeting, and so Mayor and Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask you. They asked if Meaford receives additional county funding due to increased required police presence due to a couple of housing locations we have within our municipality. Do we receive extra OPP funding from the county, the municipality of Meaford, that you're aware of? Might be something she said that we might want to bring up, because when we had a report from the detachment commander that talked about the overall picture, we don't get an actual kind of Meaford breakdown of that, but she did share that yes, Meaford actually does have an increased presence because of the 2 social housing places that we house. So she said there might be impetus there to actually seek additional funding for OPP from to kind of offset that. So it'd be interesting to find that out. To your point, it was interesting when you said that the violent crime and kind of all that was up. The kind of the good news report out of all that was the Grey Bruce Detachment gave an activity and incident report, and it showed increased community patrolling in all areas. So for example, cruiser patrol was up 34%, foot patrol was up 47%, bicycle patrol was up 26%, snowmobile patrol was up 680%, but that was mainly largely due to a mild winter in 23. ATV patrol is up 118%, marine patrol is up 69%. So all those things increased, and their Marple's takeaway was that actually most factors were actually decreasing in terms of crime in our county and our area, which is good news to a degree. I know it's not all going away, but it is actually going in the right direction. And that's it for the OPP report.
Thank you. Any other committees?
Yep.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
I also have a Grey Salmon Conservation
Okay.
Authority report, which met on September 24th. First, we had a Grey Salmon Source Protection Authority meeting at which 2 reports were heard. First one regarding grant funding for karst technical studies in neighboring municipalities, and the second, an Auditor General report on the safety of the non-municipal drinking water system. This was interesting because it indicated that nearly 3 million Ontarians, nearly 20% of the population, rely on non-municipal drinking water systems for drinking, preparing food, and bathing. And while not over 98% of all samples tested from non-municipal drinking water systems over the past decade have met the Ontario drinking water quality standards, not all water is sampled and tested. The ministry has effective processes to monitor and enforce compliance with the sampling requirements of the non-municipal drinking water systems that it regulate, but lacks the capacity to regularly inspect all 1,816 of these systems. 34% had not been inspected in over 5 years, while 9% had not been inspected in over 7 years. So not that you want to be on the level of a Walkerton scare, but when you're getting in non-municipal water systems, there are concerns that need to be addressed. Moving on to the GSCA meeting, the board reviewed the existing and potential committee structure with an eye to determining what bodies should be continued, abandoned, or combined in the 2025 to 2035 strategic plan. One important note from that discussion is that the Grace Harbor Conservation Foundation has decided to dissolve at the end of 2025. It's unfortunate because their fundraising efforts on behalf of the GSCA has been pretty steady, and they're one of the few conservation authorities that had this kind of a body that raised funds for them. But the members hope to continue supporting the memorial force, at least in some capacity. That's my report for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think at this point, I'm ready for a resolution to move out of committee of the whole. We'll bring a seconder. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Forder, and we're doing that at 4:09 p.m. Anyone have a notice of motion? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be bringing forward a notice of motion to add 2 stop signs on Cook Street at the intersection of William Street.
I can't tell you how glad I am to hear that. Because that has been, a bugaboo for a long time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, we do have a couple of motions for decision. And I believe, Councillor Urick, they're both yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are both born of a couple of questions you asked a couple of meetings ago that didn't come up after an OPP meeting, but I think they're actually quite relevant. So first one is recommendation of the Council of Municipality of Meaford support the following resolution from the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board and direct staff to forward a copy of resolution of support to the Ministry of the Attorney General, AMCTO, AMO, Roma, all Ontario Municipal Councils and Police Services Boards, OAPSB, and local members of provincial government. Whereas the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board serves as a civilian governance and oversight body mandated to guide local policing priorities, promote transparency and accountability, and support the development and monitoring of community safety initiatives. And whereas the board has become aware of the recent withdrawal of a substantial number of Provincial Offences Act charges in our region, which undermines the principles of accountability, deterrence, and public confidence in the justice systems. And whereas municipalities are responsible for the administration of fine collection of POA matters on behalf of the province and rely on fine revenue not only to recoup associated costs, but to support local justice infrastructure and community safety initiatives. And whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, supported by the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario, has called for a third-party review of the POA system to address longstanding concerns, including judicial resource shortages, growing court case backlogs, difficulty collecting outstanding fines, outdated legislative frameworks, and an overly burdensome administrative structure. And whereas AMCTO President Paul Shipway and staff recently met with Attorney General Doug Downey and Parliamentary Assistant Monica Sorello to advocate for urgent reforms to improve efficiency, enhance fine collection, and reinforce the integrity of the POA system in Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board formally expresses deep concern and displeasure at the unexplained and substantial withdrawal of POA charges in our region and the negative impact this action has on community safety, public trust, and municipal cost recovery. Be it further resolved that the board endorse AMO's and AMCTO's call for a third-party review of the Provincial Offences Act system and support efforts to modernize POA legislation to better reflect current enforcement and judicial needs. Be it further resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the Ministry of the Attorney General, AMCTO, AMO, Roma, all Ontario Municipal Councils and Police Services Boards, OAPSB, and local members of provincial parliament, and that the board request a formal response from the ministry explaining the rationale behind the withdrawal of POA charges and what steps are being taken to prevent similar occurrences in the future.
Okay, now, I don't think we had a seconder for your, so can we do that without having to hear this recited again? Yes, okay. Thank you for seconding that. This is a very important issue, and I think I congratulate you for bringing it forward. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. That's passed unanimously. And this next one is equally important, so just relax and take your time.
This is, yeah, well, it's shorter than that one, so yeah, buckle up. The recommendation is the council of the municipality of Meaford support the following resolution from the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board and direct staff to forward a copy of resolution of support to be circulated to all participating municipalities within the Detachment Board area, all municipal councils and police service boards throughout Ontario, as well as to the member of parliament and member of provincial parliament for Grey Bruce Owen Sound. That whereas under the Police Services Act 1990, municipalities receive provincial grant funding to offset the costs associated with the appointment of provincial representatives to local police service boards. And whereas the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019, the CSPA, came into effect on April 1st, 2024, consolidating multiple individual police service boards into regional OPP detachment boards, thereby streamlining governance across jurisdictions. And whereas the establishment of detachment boards under the CSPA has resulted in a reduction of the number of provincial appointees required in OPP police municipalities, yielding cost savings for the province of Ontario. And whereas the CSPA was designed to enhance community engagement and local governments in policing, yet the withdrawal of provincial funding undermines this intent by shifting the financial burden entirely onto municipalities and local taxpayers. And whereas during the development of both the 2024 and 2025 board budgets, it was understood that provincial funding would be provided in support of detachment board operations. And whereas it has been since been confirmed that the province will not be providing the anticipated contribution of $6,600, a figure previously expected as part of ongoing provincial support. Therefore, be it resolved that a formal request be submitted to the Premier of Ontario and the Ministry of the Solicitor General, respectfully requesting the reinstatement of the annual $6,600 in funding to support the ongoing operations and governance of the Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board, and be it further resolved that a copy of the letter be circulated to all participating municipalities within the Detachment Board area, all municipal councils and police services boards throughout Ontario, as well as to the Member of Parliament and Member of Provincial Parliament for Grey Bruce Owen Sound.
And again, I think we need a seconder for that motion. I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Sorry, go ahead there.
That's a good question.
Sure.
For you to Councillor Urick. Okay, this $6,600, Rob, is that what is that based on? You know, is that based on population or is it 6,600 to all 444 municipalities across the province?
You know what? They did not even go into detail why that figure was allotted. I'm gonna have to get back to you and find out whether that was kind of a across the board allotment for smaller municipalities. I will find out, but that was not actually discussed. It was more upset that it was just basically taken away without any real justification.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. It seems like a fairly small amount, and when I read your minutes of the detachment board, just the number of people who are involved, staff and
Yes.
council members and First Nations members and so on and so forth. It must be very provoking for the province to do away with the local police services boards and then set up these detachment boards, and now yeah, okay.
Yeah, frustrating to say the least. And the OPP detachment commander obviously did go to great lengths to talk about, you know, the lobbying they did, the interest there is from so many different groups to have this reinstated. But yeah, it's just so many things are downloaded on the municipality. Why stop here?
I think the most frustrating part is that the provincial government did nothing to indicate that there was any change in the plan to fund these boards.
Right.
So it's um, did anyone say smoke and mirrors? Anyway, all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. We have a recommendation here to that the Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meeting held on September 22nd, 2025. Mover and seconder, thank you, Tony Bell and Councillor Forder. All in favor? That is carried. Is there anything from our communications agenda that anyone wishes to address? Seeing none, then we are about to enter a closed session. The recommendation be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 4:20 p.m. with the CAO, clerk, Director of Development Services, and Director of Human Resources / Community Services in attendance to discuss a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, open meeting exemption K of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically contract services. So I will be reporting out following this closed meeting, instructions from the clerk are.
Thank you. We will need a mover and a seconder, and I will just note a small amendment that the Director of Human Resources and Community Services won't be joining us. So I'll make that change, but we will just need a mover and a seconder and a vote to go into close, please.
It's moved by Councillor Urick, seconded by Councillor Bell. Thank you. All in favor? And we'll see you on the other side. Reporting out on our closed session, which was, we only discussed what was covered under exemption K of section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, contract services, and we have directed staff on next steps on the discussion we had. So we've got one confirming bylaw here. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2025-56, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Porter. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And with that, I declare this afternoon's meeting adjourned.